We know that no state nor actor alone can face the current and future challenges. So effective solutions will only emerge from a deep understanding of these issues, combined with innovative thinking and collaborative action.
We need to learn how to manage the global social transformation, something that's never been done consciously before, certainly not on the scale it is now, and it's a high priority for us at the Academy.
We have the solution. We know what to do. We actually know in general, maybe not in detail, but which policies, regulation, and international cooperation and coordination that we need. And the positive thing, Adan, is that government are actually finally acting. In my 30 years in trade and environment, it's the first time we see industrial policies being recooked and redesigned, and we're seeing carbon pricing being rolled out. This is all good. The problem is, if we do that individually, nation by nation, without coordination across countries, we risk achieving the SDGs or the climate goals in that case, because it's really focused on climate, at the expense of development. And we know that is not sustainable. We can never achieve green at the expense of social.
If we wanted to really promote a knowledge society, we should stop having an education that is centered on the professor, centered on the teachers, but had to be centered on the students.
It is about the grassroots. It is about really the human dimension that is so sacred to all of us, and it's obviously is the beginning of everything.
We need a new UN Charter 2024, not a revised charter, but a new charter, because the charter was based on a very different situation after the Second World War. The charter should reflect the change in the balance of power in the world today.
The food crisis in many developing countries is in fact the result of the strong role of corporations and the weak role of the government of these countries. This means for me that the problem can be solved only with an adequate ideological change or ideological shift, in which small farmers' organizations should become equal partners with all other stakeholders.
Culture is a crucial element of the transformation, and it is important to understand its value for supporting the welfare of people and integrating this value in all of our decisions. This is something that we economists also work on. We try to derive the value of natural capital, but also cultural capital and even spiritual capital, which are very, very crucial.
Our work at Force for Good, partnering with the World Academy of Art and Science, has shown that actually, although the general mood is the SDGs are not achievable and we will fail, and that may actually happen, it's not through lack of solutions. We identified 15 solutions around which capital can mobilize, and 10 technology-based solutions that can be rolled out where no new inventions are required, which would allow us to more than 100% close this gap, the SDG gap. So it isn't because we don't have the solutions, it's not because we don't have the money, it is because we are not mobilizing to scale across the world to solve these issues.
The core problem, I would call it the problem of modernity and our obsession with our intellects without any spiritual and moral foundation, which leads to what I call the forgotten why. It's to talk dirty, it's a problem of teleology, purpose. So without the why, you have law without justice, medicine without healing, education without character, philosophy without the pursuit of truth, art without beauty, religion without love and transcendence, obsessed with rites, rituals, practices, and dogma.
The UN system at the moment is going through a huge budgetary crisis. It is, we have great expectations about the UN and we don't give the organization the resources that it needs. The European Union, decades ago, came up with a system of funding itself independently of the political process. It doesn't depend on the goodwill of its prime ministers and governments. It automatically generates a body of resources because within European law, a share of value-added taxes and import duties are directly channeled to the European budget, which allows the organization to plan to do budgeting over a 6-year period.
Peace is absolutely essential to human flourishing. It's the foundation of thriving societies and economies, and it certainly encompasses far more than just the absence of conflict.
The SDGs is, let's say, a sort of a game changer. Of course, we had the Millennium Goals, but the SDGs, taking into account the indicators, the aspects measurable and quantified aspects, they introduced a new norm, let's say, in policy making. And actually, fundamental is to find the orchestration at global level.
The whole concept of human security is that this is not isolated to an individual, but it's about taking the perspective of the individual within a community and within a society.
We thought that we outgrew wars, that we left them in the past millennium, but they're increasing and escalating as we see, which shows that the roots and causes have still not been resolved. We are dealing too much with handling consequences and often forget the causes. When we identify and solve the causes, the consequences will also be solved.
We're on the edge of a precipice. Where do we go from here? The World Academy of Art and Science is eminently qualified to make a major contribution to the search for answers. In this, the Academy, as a preeminent civil society grouping, contributes towards the same critical goals that the international community will be discussing at the Summit of the Future this fall.
There will be no human security without abolishing patriarchy. And this is not about men and women. It's about the structures, the domination structure.
The policy has to change. I don't know why we allow people to sell products that are not safe, for example. Why do we allow that? You can't sell a machine that's not safe, but you can sell food that's not safe.
Society see the crystallized version of human knowledge. So as a consequence, AI reflects the good and the bad traits of humanity.
I would just say 97% of the world's data is not accessible and not usable to other people's minds. AI is generating like opinions and content based on 3% of data. The rest of it's like shoved and stored and lost in like big enterprises. And we have to unlock that if we want technology to do good.
Humanity needs a new social contract based and sourced in universal human rights and responsibilities and universal humanistic values for true peace, actual sustainability, and human security for all. Everything rests on social cohesion, renewal of social bonds, re-energizing trust in communities, in institutions, in social leadership, and most certainly in generating social movements for global social transformation.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to part 2 of the WAAS at 64 conference. The inspiring video we just played is a showcase of highlights and insights from the May conference. So as we continue with today's sessions, we kindly ask all presenters to adhere to their allotted time to ensure a smooth flow of the program. And please note that all the sessions are being recorded and will be available on the WAAS website for future reference. For any comments, please use the chat feature and direct your questions to the panelists using the question and answers section. Tomorrow is a special day as we will be hosting the WAAS General Assembly, where we'll announce some of the upcoming programs. We'll also have an open discussion led by our youth fellows. So thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy today's sessions. Thank you.
So welcome everyone to today's session on existential threats and risks and solutions. We're gathered to get today with a group of our distinguished experts from the Extra Working Group. So that stands for Existential Threats and Risks to All. It's a working group of the World Academy of Art and Science, and I have the great honor of chairing that group. In essence, the scope of this meeting today is to cover all the main threats and risks that we face, and we'll hear from our very experienced and distinguished presenter, Mike Maron, at the beginning of the presentations on Are We All Doomed? Who will outline the key threats and risks that we face. This will be followed by a series of other presentations exploring in depth the key challenges that the world faces today. So this ranges from the planetary emergency, the continued risk in terms of nuclear disaster and threats to peace, as well as the risk of future pandemics and emerging technology. We will then be moving to a panel session of from the Global Youth Security Council for existential threats. And I'm really pleased to be able to welcome these youth leaders who will be presenting and discussing the kind of key solutions that they are exploring and advancing as a youth security council as part of an initiative between One Young World, a youth leadership movement, and the Interaction Council, a group of former heads of government. So this is an intergenerational initiative that aims to strengthen governance, to advance a strategic approach through something called Strategy X, as well as to take forward solutions, digital solutions through a digital platform, along with partners with the Commonwealth Centre for Digital Health and the recently relaunched and updated Global Futures platform for planet, people and peace, as well as strengthening the response to advocacy. And this is an important role that the World Academy of Art and Science particularly can play in terms of providing expertise and advocating for solutions to address the many challenges that we face. And ultimately as well, the World Academy of Art and Science has a particularly unique role in strengthening leadership. And we'll hear more about that in terms of a proposal, a joint proposal to advance leadership in terms of creating the leaders that we currently need and the leaders for the future going forward. So just in terms of context as well, just to say that the global security agenda is obviously critical for human security, and you need security at global level to be able to advance and support and enable the SDGs. And we'll hear more about some of these agendas and the importance of strengthening governance and infrastructure and the international security infrastructure as well from our panel presenter, David Harris. So I see that Mike is with us. And I know he's spent a lot of time preparing a very insightful review and think piece to get this panel started. So I just want to ask Mike, are you ready to share this with us? And if you could introduce your formal title and experience as well at the beginning, that would be greatly appreciated, Mike. Mike, are you ready to present? Can you hear me?
Okay, am I on?
You are on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Existential threats and risks is an increasingly important and evolving transdisciplinary concern. It is also a key futures perspective involving probable, possible, and preferable futures. I'm not sure how I got into doing a bibliography, whether Joe asked me or I've foolishly volunteered, but I ended up, when we first formed our working group, doing a bibliography, and it ended up with 103 items and 20, an annotated bibliography, 103 items and 22 pages, and I locked it up in May of 2023. I don't know if anybody read it or even looked at it, but it is available at securesustain.org. For still longer bibliography, you might look at the Center for the Study of Existential Risk at Cambridge University, which has a TERRA bibliography. The Existential Risk Research Adjustment is what TERRA stands for, based on numerous journal articles, but no books or reports. Both of them, in any event, are too long, and we live in a world of input gluts, so I recently set out to write a very brief overview on 10 key ideas, and I got a 4-page overview, and I was planning to do a 5-page overview with 3 pages, 2 pages to describe the basic ideas, and then 3 pages for citations. And then I saw this article in the June 10th New Yorker saying, "Are we doomed?" Great question, and right to the point. And it describes a course that's being taught at the University of Chicago. And I think this is an even better focus than what I had. So I rearranged it, and I think it leads to 7 questions about what, how, when, who, root causes, priority actions, and how much hope. And I also hope to sum that up in 5 pages in several weeks. So there's much to cover here, and I can only collect bottom lines of selected reports and articles, and I must necessarily zip over the treetops to get a rough and tentative sense of the forest. The basic question, are we doomed? And anybody who just answers yes or no, this is far too simplistic. Rather, any informed answers will be it's possible or it's probable. At the extreme, you could say that it's unlikely, or that doom is unlikely or very unlikely, or if you're a pessimist, you could say that it's certain or near certain. My position is in the middle range of the probable pessimism, roughly 70-75%. The 7 questions and the brief answers to follow will support my position of what, how, when, who, root causes, priority actions, and how much hope. Everybody is encouraged to question these questions as well as my answers as to what is missing or overstated or understated. Okay, first question, what? The major categories of existential risk have remained the same for several decades, other than artificial intelligence, which is the new kid on the block. And just, although there had been some talk about it before last year, but since last November, it's very prominent. Major categories are nuclear war or accident, climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, pandemics, and natural disasters. AI and biotech are simply the recent adds. Threats and risks for all except the pure natural disasters, that's a natural disaster that isn't aggravated by climate change, are clearly increasing. I just give 3 very different examples in the literature. First is the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist Doomsday Clock, which Doomsday Clock for last January, it says it's still 90 seconds to midnight. They have, quote, a deteriorating state of the world just regarding nukes, climate, biothreats, and AI. The second document, which you may be familiar with, is the World Economic Forum Annual Global Risk Report, now in the 19th edition, also out in January, which ranks 34 global risks, both in the next 2 years and the next 10 years. And it also has virtually the same bottom line. They see a deteriorating global outlook. The third document comes from the United States Director of National Intelligence. It's the Annual Threat Assessment out in February, which reports an increasingly fragile global order and cites some 2 dozen threats. Second question, how? How does doom occur? Well, it can occur very fast if a nuclear weapon goes off. It's a matter of minutes or hours, I guess. And also if an asteroid hits Earth, although there is increasing attention to that, and there's actually a technology trying to knock an ongoing asteroid out of orbit. Otherwise, a disaster would take several years, for example, a pandemic, and possibly artificial intelligence, or decades in the case of climate change, but climate change is quickening, or might be more than several decades, as in the biodiversity loss. The doom can be direct, similar to all of the categories that I mentioned, or simply indirect, wars and growing autocracy and polarization and backlash, which are all going to aggravate any possible doom. To dive a bit deeper, I want to briefly discuss nukes, nuclear weapons. There's growing interest in nuclear weapons because of new technology, upgraded arsenals, more actors, less regulation, and the Oppenheimer movie, which won 7 Academy Awards earlier this year. I was just reading in the Times this morning, last Sunday's Times, the recent meeting between Putin and Kim Jong-un of North Korea, in which they are showing their friendship for each other and support, and Russia may even support North Korea's nukes, whereas in the past, both Russia and China were supposed to restrain them, but that's just one small step towards a possible disaster. The CPRI yearbook that just came out in June notes that global security continued to deteriorate throughout 2023, as it has for the past decade, while global military spending rose for the 9th consecutive year to 2.4 trillion, which is a 6.8 increase over 2023. All of that, of course, is ominous. The second major category to mention is climate, because this is, you might say it's the elephant in the room of existential threats and risk, because many people are experiencing climate risks in different forms. And it certainly will worsen. It's just a question of how much and how soon, and it will almost surely lead to tipping points. So take a look at the University of Exeter Global Tipping Points report, which just came out last December, which identifies 25 Earth system tipping points, 6 in the cryosphere, 16 in the biosphere, and which includes the Amazon, which is very important, and 4 in ocean circulation. Some of them are far in the future, but at 1.5 degrees C warming, widespread mortality in coral reefs, and potential tipping for boreal forests and mangroves. At 2 degrees C, that's not imminent, but maybe in a decade or so, the Greenland and West Antarctic ice sheets will collapse, in which case you'll really see rising sea levels. Of related concern to climate is the planetary boundaries concept, articulated by Johan Rockström et al. In 2009. The latest from Rockström and 21 others states that 6 of the 9 boundaries have already been crossed, including climate change, biosphere integrity, land use, fresh water, and biogeochemical cycles of nitrogen and phosphorus. The chart also shows 16 tipping elements. So clearly there's a lot to worry about in climate and tipping points. The third concern is artificial intelligence, and I'll make three brief statements. First, you must recognize that there is much competition within and between nations, with billions of dollars being invested to perfect AI. Secondly, there are many potential good things that can result from AI, especially education, which and the health and law. And the two following panels, two successive panels here for the Academy, number 9A and 10A, are going to deal with the upside of AI. But there's also lots of risks involved, especially disinformation and job loss, and especially artificial general intelligence, which is a step forward in AI because it can do its own thinking, and it's expected in the next 3 to 5 years, according to a report by Jerry Glenn, who some of you know. Okay, third question. This follows from number 2 on the how is the when. Doomsday can overall can happen any day with nukes or sometime after the year 2100. But the next decades are the most important focus. And my time frame for this 70 to 75% chance of large scale or complete doom is the 2040 to 2880 period. That is roughly the next 50 years. Again, as mentioned, nuclear weapons can be detonated at any time. Climate will worsen as tipping points kick in. Arguably already has started. AI could be catastrophic as it kicks in before adequate governments come to place. And there's a New Yorker article on March 18th about both the doomsayers on AI as well as the accelerationists in California. And they just mentioned in passing that there are already a few hundred people working full time to save the world from AI catastrophe. A few of those people are cited as having a P-doom rating, meaning probability of doom of 99%. That's how pessimistic they are. In contrast, biodiversity, pandemics can happen at any time, and a lot of public health people are watching the H5N1 bird flu, which may or may not develop a mutation and become widespread. Finally, biodiversity is slowly growing over decades. Okay, the question of who is doomed. The we in the title is important, suggesting all 8 billion of us, but most of us, 6 or 7 billion, perhaps even 1 or 2 billion, could well be considered as facing doom. In contrast, the Center for the Study of Existential Risk defines existential risk as extinction of the human species or the collapse of civilization, which is, to me, a narrow definition. And it's important to acknowledge that existential threats are inequitable in both space and time, especially due to climate change, which is already responsible for heat waves and recently heat domes, droughts, floods, increasingly severe storms and wildfires scattered in many regions and virtually certain to worsen. This isn't quite doom, except at the local level. In space, the most vulnerable groups are the poor, the aged, women and children, marginal groups in regions that are already hot. For example, New Delhi recently had 120-degree Fahrenheit temperature. Many small island states literally face existential threat of rising sea levels. That would be in the next decade. But also, you have to consider inequity in time, and the lifespans of youth are threatened far more than those of seniors. Thus, with more to lose, youth groups have good reason to promote thought and action about existential threats and risks. Okay, question 5, root causes. How do we get into this polycrisis mess? The title of the May 16th WAAS session was Root Causes and Remedies. Root causes were not addressed, I believe, and the remedies for rising insecurity were only lightly touched on. Both are broad and complex topics with many answers requiring far more than an hour to explore. For starters, I'll suggest 3 root causes. First, the absence of an appropriate information system. Transdisciplinary books, articles, and especially reports on global trends, forecasts, and proposals abound, but there's no system to identify them and highlight the newest and most important items. Thus, there's widespread fragmentation and no consensus on what, how, when, and who, as well as which actions to take. The second root cause, a growing trend to autocracy and less freedom. The latest Freedom House report on political rights and civil liberties, Freedom in the World, warns that global freedom declined for the 18th consecutive year. Autocracies can get things done more quickly, but seldom make good decisions in the public interest. The third root cause is recent global shocks, which are rather obvious. The costly COVID pandemic, Russia's war in Ukraine, which divided global politics between autocracies and democracies, and the Israel-Hamas wars, which has divided national politics, at least in the U.S., between one-sided supporters of Israel or the Palestinians in Gaza, who has suffered 30 times the number of dead as Israel after the ugly October 7th attack by Hamas. Both wars are costly and distracting with no end in sight. David Harries, who will follow me, adds that these are only 2 of 10 violent conflicts now underway. Moreover, there are 3 global shocks on the near horizon. The first one is if Donald Trump wins the presidency in November, which the recent economist says 2 chances out of 3. I hope this is wrong. The second one, China invading Taiwan, which is on the horizon. I don't think it's probable in the next few years, but a lot of opinions on that. And then, of course, there's bird flu, which may or may not take off. Okay, question number 6. Well, what can and should be done? Idealistic agendas such as the Sustainable Development Goals, human security for all, and 4 Ps are all well and good, but how do we get there and what are the priority actions? There are a few solutions to any problem, but plenty of programs are underway and proposals for prevention, mitigation, or adaptation and resiliency. The Security Sustainability Guide, securesustain.org, has abstracts of 3,300 organizations, largely global NGOs, that explicitly or implicitly working for one or more of the Sustainable Development Goals, including 400 organizations for climate, 260 for energy, and 59 for oceans. Either you don't know the SSG, or you're too busy to look at it, or you lack interest in other groups already doing what you're doing to save the world, as well as possible alliances. And the SSG lists some 308 alliances, coalitions, networks, and partnerships, but no youth alliance that I know of. Numerous groups are working to mitigate or prevent each of these very different existential threats and risks. Very few groups are looking at all or most of the existential threats and risks. Typically, they are fragmented and use various terms such as risks, threats, catastrophes, global shocks, systemic risk, polycrisis, megacrisis, and so forth. The final question, 3 suggestions to promote thinking about threats and risks. First, combine, which is necessarily negative, discussion of threats with positive agendas such as the SDGs and human security for all. as well as the priority actions. In turn, this would lend greater urgency to making progress on these agendas. Second suggestion, engage sustainability and peace programs in academia. There aren't many, but at least we've identified some 50 PhD programs. There's many more master's programs. Thirdly, encourage formation of a youth group alliance to promote existential risk thinking with a frequent newsletter. The Global Youth Security Council for Existential Risk is a good start, but there are at least 17 other youth groups that should be invited to join One Young World members, 3 of whom are on our panel today. The allied groups will not agree on everything, but should find it useful to learn what others are doing and what is most effective and where. Finally, the question, well, how much hope and hindrance? At the end of the extraordinary 8-part Netflix series, Life on Our Planet, covering 4 billion years, the narrator, Morgan Freeman, gave only a brief overview of the 6th extinction now underway and concluded that we only have, quote, a glimmer of hope. But he also noted that unlike other extinctions, our species knows what we are doing. Well, this is not true because there's no agreement on where we are going and what we should do. Few are concerned with overall threats and extinction, and there's little or no money for doing so, contrasted to the high technology public entertainment of space exploration. To be generous, I'd say that there are a few glimmers of hope, notably the Summit of the Future in September and many policy briefs following the Secretary General's common agenda. But there are many overlapping headwinds that hinder progress. First, ignoring or outright denial of threats and risks. Second, backlash from conservative populist groups. Disinformation, which is greatly enabled by artificial intelligence. Vested interests, notably oil and gas countries, but also farmers in Europe. Higher priority given to pressing national and local issues that are real or imagined, major or minor, and just abusing ourselves to death with cable television and puzzles and games and big time sports and so forth. In sum, there may be a few glimmers of hope if we are smart, lucky, united, diligent, listening, learning, and thinking differently. But given the fragmentation and many headwinds, doom for many, if not all, is more likely than not in the next 50 years. Thank you very much. Sorry to go over time, Joe. I borrowed some time from Ted Trezano, who won't be with us.
That's all right, Mike. I knew you'd spend a bit longer. And really, just to say a big thank you, Mike, as well. I know you've spent many hours reflecting on these really significant global challenges, not just with the extra working group, but also over many decades across your life. And your experience and insight and wisdom is highly valued. So a big thank you. And also just an appreciation for how you've the narrative that you've communicated, such complexity around, are we all doomed? And with the sort of reflection of probably, I would like to add to discussion going forward as well, to say, I hope not, if we are prepared and if we do something about it. And with that, I'd like to introduce David Harris, who has spent his life on global security challenges, more conventional global security challenges, in terms of bringing about world peace and averting nuclear disaster. So it'd be great to have his reflections on how do we take a strategic approach by applying foresight, systematic foresight methodologies to addressing threats and risks to the existence of humanity. And I think he's also going to share with us his reflections on how do we need to strengthen global governance, the infrastructure ultimately around global security. We've seen over these last few decades the changing challenges threatening human security and global security, and ultimately our infrastructure, our global architecture for addressing these security challenges needs to be matched to the size and the scale and of these challenges. So with that, I'd now like to ask David to kindly start his presentation, and a big thank you, David, as well. So, and I'd just like to say, David and Mike are in essence, I'd say, my kind of core team with the extra working group, and they've put in many extra hours and additional calls to kind of really bring together the thinking for the extra working group to really advance these agendas, and they're highly committed and dedicated individuals. A big thank you to you both. So, David, enough of that. Are you ready to start and share your presentation?
You bet.
Brilliant.
Morning, everybody from Kingston, Canada. A little bit of an introduction. I'm a pessimist. That's an optimist with experience. Unfortunately, over the years, I've been in a number of rather messy situations where I have suffered. And the reason I am so keen on the extra working group and project is because the more people we get involved in this mindset of dealing with threats and risks going forward, the more likely we are that doom is not in our future. I have a 8-slide presentation, but I'm just going to speak off it. I guess my bottom line is there are no experts on the future. There are all sorts of millions of people that call themselves futurists, but the future hasn't come yet. But it's coming. And the future isn't going to be what it's like today. And that's one of the reasons there are no experts. The extra working group looks at the threats and the risks primarily as we know them today. We have threats and risks that are already in place. We have threats and risks that because of our situation today, we can predict in foresight and look forward to, happily or unhappily. But we have the inevitable threats and risks. And my little group here in Canada, we have 6 other existential risks and threats for humanity. So that's people, planet, biodiversity, that we aren't dealing with yet. They are imaginable, and they are not yet imagined. We have choices. This is one of the good things. We can be and remain, as we are today, mostly reactive. We can work in the present on the issues that we have, our problems, and we can acknowledge what is likely coming, and we can acknowledge to the degree that we can work on those threats and risks. But we haven't made many good choices, in my view, about moving away from the present, about not spending all our time working on the present. Why foresight? I have been invested in foresight since 1974. And the reason that's so is because when I have not personally and professionally done foresight that I could have done, I had very, very bad days. Personally, professionally, physically, mentally, financially, and reputationally. I could have avoided in 1974, 1998, 1992 and 3 in the former Yugoslavia, the number of times foresight failed us was awful. And the surprises and shocks are continuing, as Mike has made very, very clear. Why foresight? Well, one of the reasons, there must be something going for it, because more than 80 countries in the world have formal foresight offices at the highest levels of their government or their governance systems. Why foresight? Well, I spent a lot of time in the military and the special forces, and if we didn't do foresight, we would be so unprepared even for the things that we knew were coming that we would have been defeated every time we took action. The military, the security, and the intelligence communities use foresight every single day. I'm not saying they use it well, and I'm not saying they follow what they learn, but at least they're doing it. And only recently, in the last couple of weeks, there's been a call for a major foresight office in the United States of America that doesn't yet exist, proposed by an organization called the Public Service Foresight Network, and also the Department of Human Security, the Department of Homeland Security, Freudian slip, Canadian Freudian slip there. The Department of Homeland Security has called for an office of foresight. A little surprising that it hasn't already happened. Why not foresight? Why hasn't it happened more often? And my country may be one of the worst for doing it. We had foresight in almost every government office until a previous prime minister, Mr. Harper, shut it down. Because, as we all know, talking truth to power sometimes isn't very successful. In fact, more and more isn't very successful, whether that's in autocracies or democracies. So another obstacle is what I call the experts with FOMO, F-O-M-O. FOMO in this case doesn't mean fear of missing out. It means fear of mounting obsolescence. Experts who are specialists, as technology advances quickly, are not keeping up with their field. They are falling farther and farther behind, and they don't want to have to lose their expertise. There are claims, some justified, that we're just too busy to worry about looking ahead. Busyness in the present. Think of all the discussion about the polycrisis, which Mike has so aptly and fully described. I'm trying to look at my small slides here. The other thing about today that I've found is that more and more we are leaving the verb age, or moving into the verb age from the noun age. We used to have an alliance, and we used to have an alignment, but now constantly realigning. Alliances are ebbing and flowing. People are choosing which day, which place, which issue to ally with another. We have facts. Mike has made that very, very clear. We have infoglut. We have facts that are just exceeding our ability to even keep track of all that exists, let alone knowing what the facts are about. Unverifiable, infinite number, alternate, incomplete, and so on. We have the technology imperative. There's a great deal of proof these days that technology is outpacing our human ability to continue to control it or regulate it or manage our lives so that it is not managing us. We have leaders who are absolutely convinced they know they're doing the right thing. And they aren't willing to listen to the question, well, if you know you're doing the right thing, why are things so bad right now? And that's not a criticism as much as it is a fact about human nature. Back to the business of truth to power. There are a lot of truths that power don't want to acknowledge. We just had a big shock here in Canada in a by-election, a federal by-election in Toronto, in which an absolutely, totally safe seat for the currently ruling Liberal Party, last time won by an outrageous amount, was lost to the opposition party. Our prime minister is in significant disarray because of this, but he's insisted that he will stay on because he doesn't want to leave. So let me practice a little foresight just to provoke discussion. We're more or less in agreement that we are currently in a polycrisis. There are many threats, and many of their risks have already been made real. And some of those risks, frankly, will remain with us for a long time. So one of the pictures I see is that we're moving from a sort of dynamic polycrisis into a time of permi-crises. They will remain with us. They aren't going away. Those that work believing that there are solutions to major, huge problems, which I don't agree with, will find this very difficult to get over. I'm one for progress, not solutions. So we are going to have to pick and choose among the perma-crises which ones to deal with. Second little piece of foresight. Artificial superintelligence, which a number of very, very brilliant people have in the last year pointed out is either literally coming in the next months or year or two, might be our solution to the info glut. And maybe we should stop calling artificial intelligence artificial, because it is what we are going to use. And super intelligence might allow us to overcome parts of the information glut. And thirdly, we now have a multipolar superpower world, and it is becoming more and more multipolar. Now, whatever you think of what has happened in the past period, say since the Cold War ended, or if you want to go further back, since the last Great War, World War II, the superpower, however you defined it, hasn't been very effective preventing us from permacrisis or polycrisis or whatever. So maybe this new multipolar superpower situation will help us deal with all the issues, including those that are not totally security oriented. Let me finish with 3 suggestions, which I've already made in our extra group. One is we need to create action. We need to create an academy that is global in reach, but focused regionally, on training people, all people, whether it's done in schools, whether it's done in neighborhoods, whether it's done by civil support organizations, civil society organizations, doesn't matter. But people have to be trained to be better prepared for when disaster and crisis strike while they're waiting for the formal first responders. One of the pictures on my wall off to the right is of Fukushima in 2011, where the people in Fukushima, the survivors of the disasters, and survivors are always the first responders, didn't know what to do, didn't have anything to do it with, and were just waiting for the first responders, who were, because of the disaster, lined up on a road to the south of the disaster zone because they didn't get in and couldn't get in. Those survivors could have been much better prepared. Second suggestion, an institution that is focused, in my view, in schools, maybe one period a week, teaching young people how to be better prepared to help their community, their family, their neighbors, their friends, protect their community from the effects of climate change, in health emergencies, away from crime and so on, and do this as a part of their education. Too long have we focused on education as a school and teaching thing and not as a learning and skill thing. We have to get more skills in more young people earlier. And the third one is what I call, we've talked about this word in our project, intergenerational curriculum that allows, and in a number of languages, let's say the UN official languages, and get people able to prepare and be willing to act in the face of what climate change is providing us. So 3 suggestions, all having to do with preparing people who are the keys to any actions in the future. What I'm hoping is that some of the time that we are spending, and this is hopefully not a shot at this conference, but it is general. We are spending billions of dollars, millions of hours, and tens of thousands of people repeating, thinking, and not doing. I would like to see much more doing. If people are trained to do more, maybe they will. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Really useful insights, and I've really valued our discussions over these last couple of years as well. And really just to emphasize the importance of foresight as a methodology to really strategically and systematically understand the links between threats and risks to human survival and existence. And I know that there's been some sort of disagreement in terms of the emphasis, but I would also add this can also give valuable insight in terms of root causes that can enable preventive approaches or to build resilience and ensure preparedness. Different challenges ultimately are more amenable to different sort of targeting different approaches. And I think that's where we need to have a very systematic and strategic approach using foresight methodology to understand the links between the different challenges and where we target strategically and systematically our collaborative efforts to essentially make the world a safer place. So a really big thank you, David. You've also given me some very valuable insight over the last couple of years, which you may want to share a little bit more about on the need to renew and modernize the global infrastructure in terms of the global security infrastructure. If you can say a few words whilst Thomas Reuter gets himself ready for the next presentation. Thank you. So David, if you're able to say anything about the international infrastructure on global security.
Well, yes, lots, but very, very briefly. We've been priding ourselves and patting ourselves on our back in the developed countries about how developed we are. And we now have, in my country alone, 7 major infrastructure disasters in Canada alone. Calgary is Calgary, one of the richest countries, richest cities in our nation, is currently under a many-week state of emergency in good weather, where there are no earthquakes, forest fires, winter storms, conflicts, but it's a state of emergency. Many people, including my son, who lives in a very, very expensive house, don't have any water because the water main broke. The water main that was supposedly for 100 years, but it's now in 49th year. Well, when it broke, of course, they had to try to repair it. When they started to repair it, they found out it needed repairs in a whole bunch of other places. This is a water main that you can drive a truck through. Bridges, dams, electrical grids. We have places in Canada where cities, small towns, have had massive brownouts, a few blackouts, because data mining, and other demands on electricity have overloaded the grid. We did not used to have brownouts and blackouts in this country. We are undeveloping. So infrastructure has to be considered for humanity a threat.
Yeah, no, quite. And I think also in terms of aside from the sort of infrastructure at community level, international level, we talked about the global security architecture around global security and the need to include, for example, the ability to address things like the planetary emergency. We've seen the sort of failings in terms of addressing pandemics, and ultimately in terms of bringing about a peaceful world as well. So I think that might be something that we can sort of draw upon further in further discussion. So I'm aware of time. It'd be great if I can now introduce Thomas Reuter, who's a board member trustee of the World Academy of Art and Science, and he's going to also make some links, not just with the sort of the importance of understanding existential threats and risks as part of a wider system, ultimately the polycrisis, and understanding the connections between different risks and challenges, but ultimately as well how it impacts upon human security, how it affects people through the illustration of food security. Ultimately, this isn't conceptual. This is about how it impacts upon humans and communities and human security, and also it helps us to understand the links with the Sustainable Development Goals. So, Thomas, are you ready to start your presentation? And a big thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for the introduction, and most of all for your tireless efforts in keeping this group together and productive. Can you see me, or is that? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to share my screen for this presentation. Yeah. All right. Is that good? Can you see my slide?
Yes, that's great. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about food security or the risks to food security that we are facing as an example of a pan-systemic risk. That means a risk that is connected to many systems or subsystems that together define our existence. And I don't think of a food system as something physical, like an agricultural system, purely a distribution system. I also think of it as an anthropologist. That means holistically. So for me, part of this system is also culture, politics, the kind of economics we have, whether or not we have moral ecologies. Moral ecologies are ethically based ways of relating to the world, to each other, and also to the environment. Factors such as demographics, consumption patterns, and of course also the physical elements such as climate, water, soil, and biodiversity, namely as a food biodiversity. But of course, we're in the Anthropocene, so those physical parts of the system are also partly influenced now by human action. The risk factors that I see to the food system, which is totally deeply embedded in the wider system of human life, is demand, supply, and distribution, or access. Demand will increase significantly and by 2050 because of population growth, but also because, especially in developing countries in Asia, starting in Africa, per capita consumption is growing rapidly, and particularly demand for meat, which has a huge places huge demand on land and water, and in turn affects climate change. 1/3 of climate change is caused by agriculture. So you can see already the sort of feedback loops. On the supply side, the problem is that we've had a green revolution that has been pretty beneficial. It's led to population growth, and that's all very well, but there are limits to that growth. There's limits to what the soil can give, and it's already depleted worldwide. We have a large amount of soil loss, and soil is only regenerated very, very slowly. And then the distribution risk, the fact that the market is increasingly cornered by large cartels, and access is denied to a large number of people because they simply don't have the money to pay for food that is becoming more and more expensive. So on the supply and demand side, we have a 69% gap between required calories and available calories by 2050. So that's just calories, and there's also a huge quality gap because the food we are producing is becoming of increasingly poor quality. Not in all categories, but overall, definitely. And factors such as climate change can reduce the nutritional value of major food groups such as wheat. I don't know, my camera looks much. I will try and clean this a bit. Is that better? Yep. Okay. So this, in terms of external threats, I think climate change is probably the biggest. This map shows the areas where a dark red is 50% loss of production, food production, and light red, so 25%. And there's some areas that are green where productivity is going to increase. Look whether you can find Ukraine. You'll see it's in that green area. Strange coincidences, yeah. That's where politics comes into it. Okay, but the diagram, I'm not going to go into the details. I just don't have the time. But it shows just how complex the impact of climate change is on the food system. And on the right, you see the number of people at risk of malnutrition and hunger. So, but the way the pathways are complicated, there's a lot of factors that influence how that impact is felt. This is, well, what I call access denied. You know, food is supposed to be one of the fundamental human rights, according to the United Nations. Again, this is the history of the idea of food as a basic human right is long and complex. I can't go into it. As far as that in theory, you know, we have recognized that. But in fact, people in poor countries and also downwardly mobile working middle classes in rich countries are now at risk already, and more so when a crisis hits, and it will. It's only a matter of time before we have a simultaneous failure of some of the major bread baskets due to climate disruption. Food affordability is already on the way down. And there's incredible market dependence. People don't produce food anymore. It's not so long ago that even in Europe, a large number of people produce some of their own food. Now it's very rare. So on a household level, also on a national level for many countries, dependency on the market is very high. And that market is controlled by cartels. These are the big nine who have cornered the market, and that's what's called market failure. So the market is not operating freely anymore and competitively. It's actually being controlled. In the wake of COVID, we had huge price increases way beyond the increases in the products at the wholesale level. So we had price gouging. There's just been an inquiry, a parliamentary inquiry in Australia into price gouging by the two big supermarket chains, Coles and Woolworths. And they found, it's proven that they actually increased prices twice as much as they needed to. So this creates further risk. And also the fact that people are speculating with food, you know, on financial markets. Okay, so we're dealing with a complex system. Here's another diagram that shows some of the physical and cultural or social political aspects. And it's important to understand that you can't just solve the food security problem. You have to think of everything at once. That's where I think we are struggling. We're struggling to develop systemic thinking that is up to the task. Our minds are simply, you know, overstressed with that task, and I have an idea why that might be so. Look at this. There are different types of systems. Some are highly sophisticated, evolved, and I mean natural evolution. As a matter of survival, if you're better fed, if you know how to cook better, if you know how to nourish yourself better, the whole spectrum of activities that leads to being well nourished, having a good diet, that meant survival. So we have traditional systems that evolved over thousands and thousands of years, and they're highly sophisticated. And we have technocratic systems that large-scale monocultures, highly mechanized, loads of chemical inputs, commercial motivations, and so on. So we have those new mind-produced systems that are, for all their high tech, really quite primitive compared to natural systems. We must come to a realization that some humility is needed here, especially from the side of science, and a need to recognize those traditional systems for being sophisticated. The proof is that small farmers feed 2/3 of the world with healthy food on less than a quarter of the arable land. The rest, the 3/4, is corporate owned. But those corporate farms mainly produce unhealthy sugar and fat-rich foods, plus unecological biofuels and animal feed. So they're not really helping very much with the food security problem. They produce masses of calories, but that's not what we need. We need good nutrition, not calories. Okay. So keep that in mind. I just wanted to very briefly talk about one traditional system that I intensely studied for decades, starting with my PhD research, right to my professorial fellowship grants research, and that was in Highland, Bali. So I have a long-term view of this place. That's what it used to look like: forested, healthy ecosystem, biodiverse. Farms looked like this. They were hardly recognizable as farms. There were hundreds and hundreds of different food plants in a small area. So much, it looked like a jungle, but everything there you see is actually infinitely usable and very resilient to climate shocks or poor weather and so on. Something always grows there. But that's how it looks now. The forest is gone largely. We have some intense vegetable farming in the lower areas and some by the lake. But elsewhere, it's all citrus fruit. It's monoculture for export, commercial motivation and all that. Now, what has happened from this traditional food system where you had hundreds of crops, sustainable, regenerative, aiming to feed people and keep them healthy, community-based, 100% food sovereign, autonomous locally, high food security, biodiversity, healthy people, and so on, unprocessed food, and no non-communicable diseases at all. We had this sudden change that I was able to observe, shift to a single crop, highly contaminated land now. Any chemical known to mankind is being used there now. It's an extractivist, destructive, cash-oriented approach. It's about making money. It's market-oriented. There's no attempt at food sovereignty. People have to buy food there. You can't just eat oranges and lemons. So low biodiversity, it's unhealthy. People now eat processed food 90% of the time. And suddenly you have a massive epidemic of non-communicable diseases. There is a powerful movement that's trying to address this and trying to reverse these changes because they happen so quickly. People remember. The good thing in these countries where the traditional systems were eroded fairly late is that it happened so fast, people remember what it was like before, and they want to go back. Many millions of farmers have committed to go back to more traditional methods, more sustainable, more community-oriented methods. So it's multi-layered. They have a different politics. They don't just do farming differently. They have a different politics, a different cultural attitude, different social attitude. So they're doing whole system change. And generally, around the world, you have these regenerative farming movements in every country. And I think there's quite a bit of hope in that. So we need to think about what kind of systems we're really talking about and what a sophisticated system really is. Not saying technology is all bad, but it hasn't reached that level of sophistication anywhere near. Too many things are excluded. Too many things are treated as externalities because profit motive and so on. So that's what I think we really need to reflect on if we want to achieve food security and similarly other forms of security. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I think that was a really valuable presentation in terms of illustrating how we need to understand and appreciate the complexity of operating within a system. And if we actually understand that, applying foresight methodologies, for example, along with the actual solutions and what actually works, it really provides us valuable insight to actually focus on what works rather than what's fashionable. I think one of the other kind of key things really to emphasize is the really significant importance of food security. If we look back in history about the collapse of civilizations, in the past of human civilizations, it was mostly around food and water security. So this is a really critical issue as we expand in terms of our population, with increasing threats in terms of climate change and biodiversity loss, also impacting on food security. So I think this is an area that we will need to keep revisiting and really pushing the agenda. The other key thing, I think, as well as about the emphasis of co-benefits that you've mentioned, if we get this right, we not only benefit biodiversity, we benefit carbon sequestration and sort of maximize carbon sinks, but we also benefit human health as well in terms of the explosion of the NCD non-communicable disease agenda. So a big thank you, Thomas. I'm aware of time, so I'm now going to ask our new presenter, new member to the panel, Noel Salazar, who Thomas is kindly invited to join our panel discussion, with a very tangible example on what we can do about it in terms of strengthening leadership to address challenges for the future. And I think this is something we'll move to further as well with the youth-led panel. So Noel, please introduce yourself and your interest in this agenda at the beginning, and a really big thank you for bringing something that's very tangible as well to the thinking about what can we do in terms of creating solutions, what's the role that the World Academy of Art and Science might play, and how we can also work with other partners like the academies, for example, in terms of scaling up education for our future leaders to address these critical challenges. So Noel, I hope you're ready to present. Are you there?
I'm here. Thank you very much, Joe, for the introduction, and thank you very much for having me on this panel. I am Noel Salazar. I'm a social and cultural anthropologist, like Thomas. And it will become very clear how my work connects to the issues that we have been talking about. And I must thank Joe for also ordering our presentations following a particular logic, which is actually very nice because mine really builds on what has been said so far without having to repeat things. And I think it's a nice bridge also to what will come after my presentation. Like Thomas, I will also share my screen if that works. Yeah. So you should be seeing the presentation now. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I will really try to stick to my time because I think it's very important to give enough time to the people coming after me and also to have some time for discussion. And I must preface by saying, so what I will be talking about in this very limited amount of time is a very tiny example, but basically one of the questions that I'm trying to deal with is how do we make people that have not necessarily any expertise or not necessarily any interest or any awareness of existential threats and risks, how do we bring all these things that we have been talking about, how do we actually bring that to audiences? How do we inform audiences? How do we teach them? How do you learn? And I will be focusing on a very tiny example and also trying to draw lessons, what we can actually learn from that example and how maybe we can move things forward. So like David has been saying also, I also agree that people learn and know best by way of practice, through an ongoing engagement with their environment rather than by merely applying abstract knowledge. Praxis, I would argue, is not the antithesis of theory, but a thoughtful doing and reflective practice that requires a deep level of comprehension, contextual insight, and critical reasoning. Aristotle called this phronesis, which in English is often translated as practical wisdom,
or the ability developed through personal experience and deep reflection to make sound judgments and to know how to act or how to react to specific real-world situations, including, of course, existential risks and threats. It is not about having all the answers, but in the first instance about asking the right questions. Practical wisdom includes emotional intelligence, virtue, and being open to different perspectives. If phronesis is the map, praxis is the journey, putting phronesis into action, allowing people to make informed, practical decisions about the world in which they live. Such practical wisdom is always situated or context dependent. It is socially constructed, it is co-created, and it is shared by people through relations with their environment. In sum, practical wisdom is the result of the embodied and in place practices that produce it. While virtually every university across the globe is conducting research or offering teaching or training on one aspect or the other of existential risks and threats, very few are doing this from a framework or approach that also considers practical wisdom. And this brings me to my own research and teaching. I have long been preoccupied with the crucial role of education and teaching in dealing with existential risk and threats, because the latter make education overwhelmingly important and deeply urgent. And I think the previous examples have, presenters have also stressed that. The current educational system to support our understanding of systemic social, economic, and environmental challenges is extremely lacking. The dominant pedagogical models around the globe are heavily and narrowly knowledge-focused to prepare young people to function in the knowledge economy and society. While this is certainly necessary, the rapid rise of artificial intelligence that was already referred to, among other societal developments, should make it clear that this is not enough. Where do people get an opportunity to learn practical wisdom? In this very brief presentation, I focus on university education, but the approach certainly merits attention in other levels of education too, including lifelong learning. As a member of the Young Academy of Belgium, I first engaged with transdisciplinary discussions about the future of universities. Since 2020, I am active in the UNAROPA Future University Lab, or UNILAB, first as a visionary and currently as a senior fellow. UNAROPA is an alliance of 11 European top universities, and its Future UNILAB is a think tank aimed at rethinking the university and research institutions of the future. A similar exercise is taking place within the Metaforum think tank University of the Future working group at my own institution, KU Leuven in Belgium, in preparation of its 600th anniversary in 2025. My involvement in the governments of my own discipline at the international level, first at European and then at global level, made me think critically about what is being taught in my own discipline, anthropology, in anthropology programs worldwide, and how things are being taught. I got together with some like-minded colleagues from different countries, and we obtained funding from the Wenne Grant Foundation to research this issue. Our project, which we named Antro Radikoi, aims to study across the globe how open a discipline like anthropology is to go beyond conveying the usual canon of knowledge and modes of teaching to create openings for what we call alternative modes of teaching. To a certain extent, this is a return to the traditional roots of anthropology, which was all about communicating the knowledge and wisdom anthropologists observed in other cultures, often indigenous ones, across the world. In the framework of our Antro Radikoi project, I created a new graduate course entitled World Anthropologies. World Anthropologies is an approach intended to de-essentialize anthropology and to pluralize anthropological inquiry by building on non-hegemonic practices. It is a framework that is deeply influenced by the awareness of the problematic hierarchical relations in knowledge production, marked by the historical constructions of canons of expertise, normally established by the powers of authorities that be. Students taking my course are expected to have at least a basic knowledge of the history of anthropology and of anthropological theorizing. And this is a slide that I will quickly skip, but this is from the syllabus to actually tell the students a little bit what the course is all about. And what is very clear is that this is not necessarily focused on existential threats and risks, but it is very useful to actually deal with existential threats and risks. During the first few classes, I sketched the common biases and gaps in anthropological education as it is currently organized. The contents of the rest of the course is not predetermined, but depends on the class dynamics. The group of mainly international students are immediately set to work in self-created small groups formed of the basis of either geographical area, language, or topic, and the topic can include and has included existential risks. They have to search for original source materials written and published in languages other than English, and we have an English-speaking program. They quickly find out that the usual internet search strategies are not very useful here. Many times they have to directly contact people abroad in order to find what they are looking for. The next step involves in-class presentations. Every week another group presents whatever they have found. This involves a critical reflection on the search process itself, a presentation on the contents of the source materials and the authors that produced them, and an in-depth class discussion. Many groups realize in the process that valuable insights not translated and published in English circulate much less internationally, and that there are other scholarly language communities such as Spanish or Chinese with their own knowledge production and circulation, and sometimes with insights that are not translated or not translated yet. After the presentations and discussions, students prepare their final work. Either alone or in group, they have to think of efficient ways to communicate the insights they gathered during the course to a wider informed audience. In the past, these outputs have included traditional scholarly texts about but also websites, podcasts, magazines, and videos. And this is something that is quite important because there are a lot of experts that have a lot of very valuable knowledge and very valuable insights. And the question is, how do we get the insights and the knowledge, the information, the wisdom, how do we get that spread as widely as possible? And I think here young people can teach us quite a bit. Course evaluations show that the whole experience can be frustrating because it takes students way out of their comfort zone. They are used to an educational practice in which teachers present them with nicely packaged knowledge. This course makes them reflect deeply on the dominant model, on both how they have been taught and what is being taught to them. Moreover, I believe that the hands-on approach in which they are confronted with problems that need to be solved is a nice way to instill practical wisdom in them. Sometimes it takes a while before this sinks in, and the students start realizing that the process is more important than the products they come up with. It happens that former students write to me after they have obtained their degree and left university. Being in a working environment or in their personal lives, where they are also facing issues to be solved, they recognize the usefulness of this course and what it actually taught them. And I will slowly come to some concluding thoughts. In conclusion, we can better prepare future generations, I would argue, to deal with existential risks and threats by focusing educational endeavors on fostering practical wisdom, rather than merely transmitting novel and oftentimes abstract knowledge. Both are crucial to make sound judgments and tackle existential risks and threats, and potentially transform oneself and society. The World Anthropologies course, of course, does not directly focus on existential risks and threats, even though some students and student groups chose to work on the topic. However, the focus is not on the subject matter, but rather on the process students undergo throughout the course. Granted, this is only a small piece of what should be a much larger curriculum change that develops practical wisdom, including inter-systems thinking, good judgment abilities, adaptive leadership skills, network mobilizing skills, a developed meaning and emotional intelligence, and solid global ethics, all of which are imperative if we are to address existential risks and threats in an adequate and efficient manner. And everyone involved in any level of teaching or education knows that our course current systems are very far removed from what I've just been saying. I hope to have convinced you of the benefits of the kind of project presented here and the usefulness of an approach focused on teaching practical wisdom for education and training systems globally. As our anti-radical project further develops, this and other educational initiatives will be scaled up and hopefully also aligned with WAAS initiatives, including the ones of this working group, among others on existential risk and threats, but also with UNESCO MOS Bridges program, which is specifically looking for new models of education to prepare the next generation for system transformation. And I think we will be very soon hearing from this next generation.
Thank you so much, Noel. And it's really useful to have something very tangible as well that we can apply in terms of our thinking. And it might be something that we'll hear from Lorenzo a little later about a proposal on leadership, and I would encourage you to connect with him as well. So as we're starting to be pinched for time, I'm going to ask the Global Youth Security Council for Existential Threats to kindly introduce themselves. And I'm very proud to present the representatives. We have three very dynamic and talented young leaders. They're all ambassadors from One Young World, leaders in their own right, and they've come together as a group of 14 leaders as part of a Global Youth Security Council for Existential Threats that was initiated at the One Young World Summit last September, chaired by Bertie Ahern from the Interaction Council, along with a member of the elders. So this initiative is really starting to build momentum. The young leaders have been meeting every month over the last year, and are really starting to come together to enhance their impact in terms of advocacy, a strategic kind of response as well through Strategy X, and also really about trying to strengthen the gaps in terms of global governance as well, in terms of addressing existential threats, not just through their existence, but also by promoting an intergenerational governance board to address existential threats. So let me kindly introduce, I think, is it Fatal? You're starting first in terms of a statement. And then we have Johan on climate tipping points, and Talita on particularly focusing on the health impacts as well and people. So Fatal, please introduce yourself as well.
Hello, good morning. My name is Fatih Sengor. I am a cybersecurity professional and a council member for the Global Youth Security Council. I am currently co-chairing the existential threats on AI. And thank you very much. Let me just open the statement. Okay, just apologies.
That's okay. So thank you.
Yes.
So just whilst we're waiting, just to say that the Global Youth Security Council consists of 14 members from around the world with regional representation and gender balance, and also with a skill set that covers planet, people, peace, and also the emerging technologies. So it really enriches the discussions and the impact that this council can have as well. Many of the council members are also involved in international organizations and UN organizations. We no doubt we'll hear more about that. Fatal, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Good morning, panelists and attendees. I extend greetings on behalf of Global Youth Security Council for Existential Threats, representing young leaders from 14 countries across 6 continents While youth present a great opportunity for the future of their economies and progressive social development, they are often excluded from decision-making processes that affect them. As a newly formed collective of youth leaders, we stand united in our commitment to addressing and mitigating existential threats to our planet, people, peace, and prosperity. To combat global threats, a unified global action is required. Global Youth Security Council for Existential Threats purposely is deeply entrenched in strengthening global and multilateral capacities to anticipate, prevent, and alleviate existential threats that imperil society. Our overarching vision resonates with the pursuit of creating a world that thrives in safety and prosperity, ensuring the well-being of generations to come. We acknowledge the limitations of existing international governance structures in effectively addressing the evolving nature of these threats. Traditional solutions and structures are not equipped to address this new generation of existential threats. Global governance is fragmented. States tend towards nationalism, and decision makers are guilty of underestimation or denial. Our collective ambition is to harness the vigor and creativity of youth worldwide, empowering them to partake in building resilient societies and shaping global policies. We strive to create an inclusive space where the voices of the young leaders are amplified, ensuring their active involvement in decision-making processes at local, national, and international levels. While localized solutions are vital to support affected communities, unified global action from a holistic perspective is imperative. Consider, for instance, community-led reforestation projects in various regions. While these initiatives showcase the power of local action in restoring ecosystems and securing livelihoods, a globally coordinated effort is essential. Collaborative endeavors involving diverse stakeholders and right holders, including indigenous people with rich traditional knowledge of their lands and practices, can amplify the scale and effectiveness of such reforestation projects. By taking a rights-based approach to collaboration with indigenous people and incorporating their expertise, these initiatives not only achieve ecological restoration, but also promote inclusivity and cultural preservation. To realize this vision, the Global Youth Security Council for Existential Threats aims to pursue a spectrum of objectives. 1. Governance reform. Advocate for further restructuring existing international and intergovernmental governance models to foster global collaboration in addressing emerging threats. 2. Sustainable decision making. We aim to advocate for a shift towards long-term and grassroots-driven perspectives in international decision making to prioritize for the future generations. This approach lays the groundwork for solutions that are not only environmentally sustainable, but also socially equitable and economically viable. Healthcare infrastructure. We intend to develop a comprehensive plan to bolster global health infrastructure, enhancing preparedness, cooperation, and response to health crises, including preventing future pandemics, creating one planet health system, and transforming global health security with digital solutions. We intend to prevent conflict, prevent, and resolution by formulating a coherent strategy to monitor global peace, support sustainable peace building, and coordinate international conflict resolutions. Urgent environmental action. We intend to propose policies to safeguard biodiversity across critical ecosystems such as oceans and forests to fortify the environmental resilience and confront the pressing challenges of the climate crisis. This urgent action becomes even more critical when aimed at mitigating the disproportionate impact on vulnerable communities. We intend to promote ethical technology solutions by advocating for regulated technological innovations, addressing threats to people, planet, prosperity, and peace. The Global Youth Security Council for Existential Threat is committed to fostering collaboration, leveraging partnerships, and advocating for transformative policies to mitigate existential threats. We firmly believe that tapping into the experience and skills of youth committed to advancing a sustainable and equitable future and leveraging this from local to national and transnational levels allow you to hold governments accountable for their commitments. Thank you for your attention and support. The Global Youth Security Council for Existential Threats prepared to collaborate and contribute towards a safe and prosperous world for all. Signed by Baris Griffin from the Bahamas, Ivana Feldfeber from Argentina, Fatu Senghor, myself from the Gambia, Isaac Olufadiwa from Nigeria, Kolfina from Iceland, Lloyd from the Philippines, Mate from South Sudan, Noor Aziza from Australia, Parachi from India, Shadi from Iran, Talita from Poland, Tania from the Solomon Islands, Victor from the United States, and Yuhan from China. I will now invite one of my colleagues, Talita, to come and present on climate anxiety. Thank you very much.
And a big thank you as well, Fatou. You're doing some fantastic work, and it's a great honor that I can be working with all of you as well in my role in the Interaction Council. So if we can introduce Talita, please come on the stage. Thank you.
I hope you all can hear me. Yes?
Yeah, perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I will share my screen. And I was actually at the end. Okay, I hope you all can see my screen, right?
That's all good. Thank you.
Great,
Go ahead.
great. So good afternoon and good morning or good night to everybody in this session. Thank you very much for inviting us. The Global Youth Security Council. My name is Talita. I am based in Poland, but I'm from Brazil. I have a background in medicine and epidemiology. That's why my interest is in health and climate emergency. And I would like to just bring in a little, within the 5 minutes that we have, just a small perspective on youth and existential threats. So this picture that you're all being able to see now is the city of Porto Alegre in Brazil, where I'm from. It's in the south of Brazil. This was earlier this year in April, when heavy rainfall flooded the region. The floods affected 461 out of 497 municipalities in the state. 150 people died, 140 are still missing, 500,000 people are homeless, and 80,000 people are living in shelters. So if we go back 10 years ago in 2014, there was a technical report describing that by 2040, the effects of global warming could increase rainfall by 15%, which is a significant increase for the region, given that it is surrounded by lots of water bodies. So we have rivers, you have the ocean, many others within this region. And time passed by, little strategic preventive measures took place after that report was released. And the consequences were as we're seeing now. And then in face of these brutal events, I mean, I'm just giving one example here from Latin America, but there are examples everywhere in the world. Many youngsters are suffering from something called climate anxiety or eco-anxiety. And when we talk about climate emergency or everything that's coming to a point or is at the end, we have to remember that there are lots of people around the world who are currently already suffering the consequences of this. This was something that we knew 10 years ago could happen. Nothing was done. It was, unfortunately, all of this happened. It's very sad. The country is in shock, which shouldn't have been. And then the youth, when it looks at all of this, it just raises the level of anxiety. And here, just to illustrate, this is a study published by Nature in 2021. They surveyed 10,000 individuals. I chose this study because it's a very robust one. It has lots of participants. They were aged between 16 and 25 years of age, and they were from 10 different countries, including high-income countries and low and middle-income countries. So when we look at this, we see that 27% of the respondents answered that they feel extremely worried. Answers like feeling sad, anxious, powerless had a response frequency of around 60%. And all those feelings, they lead to something called catastrophic pessimism. That is when the individual thinks it is too late to do anything at all. And, you know, it's too late to reverse tipping points, for example, so we're doomed. There's nothing to do. And this echo anxiety and catastrophic pessimism paralyzes us, paralyzes a significant amount of our generation. So people with catastrophic pessimism do not want to act because they, according to their view or according to their trauma, because some of them already have echo trauma, they don't see any future. And here, of course, we may expand this type of behavior to the adult population as well. But here we're bringing today the youth perspective. So moving forward, it is perhaps a good idea that we spread the message that the future is not settled, and that the future is what we work on today, but we need to work and work effectively and with impact. And one of the references that we've been studying, we've been doing research to do our advocacy work within the Global Youth Security Council. One of the works we've been studying is the work of Hannah Ritchie. And she's been trying to switch the youth catastrophic pessimism idea into practical actions. She battles the idea that we are the last generation with the idea that we can be the first sustainable generation. So when we look at the data, her book, some consider her very optimistic, and I'm bringing you the other perspective now, which we had the pessimist and now the optimistic. Some consider that she's too optimistic. And then on the one hand, she does bring concrete data, and she does show, for example, and things that we know, facts that we know, that there has been some victories in my country, for example, in Brazil, victories like the protection of indigenous territories, which safeguard biodiversity in our country, which is the first in the world, or energy transition, which is mainly something that you see in developed countries. This has been a win. But on the other hand, many countries are far from that finish line that marks their Paris Agreement commitments. So people are already suffering, especially in vulnerable locations, especially in local and middle-income countries. And we haven't seen an end, but we have just seen growing suffering. So in summary, I would just like to conclude that, of course, as a youth, we don't have institutional power. We only have our voice. And at the moment, we chose today to just speak about the health-related problems, the climate health-related problems, which is the catastrophic pessimism, because it is blocking our action. It is blocking the release of the full potential of our generation. But we need to show that those that do not have hope, that what we do today, and we need to show the data as well, that what we do has an effect, has an impact, and it will have an impact not only for the future, but it will have an impact on them now, because they are already suffering from all of this. So if we would like to pass on just one take-home message, is to really bring on data to show that what we do has an impact, to really fight the catastrophic pessimism that paralyzes this generation, and to show indeed that we need more people, we need more engagement. And what we'll do is, never too late to act. And if one person can be impacted, that's already worth our efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Talita. A very powerful message from you and from the Youth Council, ultimately about the human impact as well on the threats that we face going forward, how it affects people. And, I'd really like to emphasize as well, the severity of the challenges that we face, and we'll hear more from Johan on that in terms of the tipping points challenges. But as you're listening to this, there's always hope. And I'd really like to emphasize, as a doctor as well, and as a health professional yourself in this, even when somebody is critically ill in intensive care, there's always hope. We already have the solutions. We already know the interventions. We need to act collaboratively to scale our actions together and act swiftly to actually save patient planet ultimately going forward. So, and I really value the advocacy that you bring to this, and look forward to working further with you and the council to maximize the impacts that you can have. And I hope that we'll also garner the support from other partners on this panel and from the World Academy of Art and Science. Thank you. WAAS, we'll hear more from that later. But can I now introduce Yuhan? She's from China, studying in Dublin, and is highly committed to advancing the work on the Global Youth Security Council, and particularly focusing on the climate and planetary emergency. Please do introduce yourself and share your presentation, Yuhan, and thank you.
Yes. So hello everyone. Can you see my slide? Yeah. So okay. So thank you everyone, and also my colleague Talita and Fatu for reading the statement and also bringing our concern about like the climate and health related problems. And I know it's a little bit like sad when hearing about this news, but here I am bringing some hope and the potential and niches that for our Global Youth Security Council that we can leverage. And we are also here like calling for more collaboration toward this. But first of all, we would like to see when we see the word use, we should not just define these words by the ages, and we are not only like the people who are suffering from the climate changes and the existential threat in the planet, but we are also the practitioners in technology, engineering, and science to really provide the solution. So here, I would like to bring this climate and existential threat fears into actions, from advocacy into practical research, policy, and engineering project that we can work on, and also giving some examples. So today's presentation is named the Positive Climate Tipping Through the Intergenerational Dialogue, Combating the Existential Threats. But before we start our conversation, I would like to just generally introduce how our Global Youth Security Council is established to combat the current existential threat, like you say in the left of my slide, about we put the people in the centers, and also we were trying to solve the synergistic challenges by planet, peace, and prosperity. And also on the right, you can see we delivered the statement jointly to the House of Lords in January this year. So you can find this information on the link as well. So here we actually proposing this because we want to turn our current status from the existential threat to the solutions, and to really co-create a global future platform for planet, people, and prosperity as well, to have this kind of governance, knowledge, and advocacy, and also capacity building. And then, before we start our climate tipping process, I just want to get your attention that just this week, in our world, for some 80% of the world's population, there are like 7 billion people. The heat of the past week was twice as likely to occur because of the human starting to burn in fossil fuels. But what's most important and most severe is standing out is how many the heat waves are happening at the same time. It's like a wavering like phenomenon that's happening around the world. The impact of these heat waves and this event were amplified by the warm background conditions. So this is just what happened in the world just now, but this is closely related to the current El Nino event, during which usually the warm Pacific waters rise to the surface and transfer vast amounts of the heat into the atmosphere, has fingerprints around the globe. So this will correlate and trigger the worldwide events, which is connected in different systems in the Arctic and in different part of the world, which can trigger the very devastating like effect, like Professor Laurentin team in the Global System Institute at Exeter University has just proposed. The tipping element, it is the component of the Earth systems which can correlate together and to trigger this tipping point to the corresponding critical point to forcing and a feature of the systems at which the future state of the systems is quantitatively altered or being devastated. So this is the general background, but what we would also like to see is the tipping point exists not only in the physical part, but it's in the social ecology and climate system as a whole, to increasingly casually intertwined in the Anthropocene. From the climate change biosphere degradation point, where we are already triggering some damage and negative environmental tipping points, but now toward what we can do to trigger the positive tipping point, which is in the section 4 of the Global Tipping Points report, like published by them as well, to sustainability incorporate the social ecology and technology systems. So to limit this extent of the climate change, there is a widely recognized need to tip the accelerated uptake of more sustainable innovation and early warning indicators that could be used to inform when should we intervene as an individual, as an agency, as a whole organization. So I'll just make a few examples. For example, in the energy sectors, when we alternatively transform in the current low carbon and renewable energy landscape, the integrated community energy systems coupled with the technology transfer, they can really put the increase in carbon price and tipping it into the green growth economic state, and to really trigger a virtuous and positive circle of investment, learning by doing, and also increased growth exposure. And also the current intrinsic social technical tipping points, like the transport as service provided by the autonomously vehicles taking over from privately owned internal combustion engine vehicles to the more co-shared like patterns of our current transport ways to our mobility, and also to the social tipping points. For example, to limit the climate change, the global food systems also they're in current transformation to transform into a more collaborative patterns to change the exerting the greatest leverage of our daily life and etc. So respond to the early warnings by trying to tip the positive changes in society that requires a network of transformative social changes. We need the collective intelligence and collective innovations. So this should be passed intergenerationally. And so we can do this by facilitating the intergenerational dialogue, not just through advocacy, but through different like intergovernmental process to engage the youth voices, but also to create a self-sufficient platform for them to really connect the current capacity to empower, to create an environment to enabling the empowerment of the youth and also the young professional to get the capacity to observe and also to control and to manage our future risk. So there are some examples that I am being part of, and also we would like to hear about more of your advices and also suggestions. Just coming back from the 78th executive meeting of the World Meteorology Organization, we jointly launched a youth program aimed at the young professional in the earth science and meteorology, because we want to use this platform to empower the young researchers in academic side to contribute to the global understanding of the climate change and also the weather-related challenges. We want to put the most suffered part of the young professional and the young generations to the front line of research and to have the capacity that they can leverage to really transform this kind of devastating or disaster like we envision. And also the second is the Climate Reality Leadership Corps, which is initiated by the US Vice President here. So we have this kind of climate training courses in April in New York. And just this Friday, 2 days after, there will be the European chapters in Rome about the climate reality training courses to just empower the youth and also like the youngs in their own community to deliver the right message from how the climate change would really impact them, and also to provide a more local value added solution to them. And also we have the Young Champions of the Earth organized by the UNEP, which support and mentor the young environmental innovators around the world. And also we have this youth empowerment in actions initiated by the Global Youth Biodiversity Network to leverage how they can use their indigenous knowledge, just like in our very first panel, like Mike, you have exemplified your experiences in Bali, in Indonesia, because me myself just come back from Indonesia and Bali to see how the people they use their indigenous knowledge to really empower the nature-based solution and to protect the current biodiversity. And this is something that we already put it into actions. And also we would like to use this kind of opportunity to really propose and also to ask for your help to see how we can leverage the current resources and also the existing network of the senior experts in the climate change like IPCC, like WMO and something to that, to really unlock the new socio-economic value for both the current and the future generation. Because as me and Joe, we are also in the Global Youth Security Council in the policy briefing. We're writing a policy briefing about the intergenerational justice and the climate tipping point, and which we also secured the support from the Professor Tim Laurendon from his Global System Institute to guide us on the policy briefing. And also we would like also to call for a more collaborating joint effort to encourage us and to provide us with more and to trigger more tipping points, positive tipping points in the future. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Johan. That's really valuable, and it really illustrates the role that young people and innovation can play in acting as a catalyst for change as well, and to scale up actions as we go forward. I'm afraid we've only got 2 minutes left, and I'm going to apologize immensely to Lorenzo, who's prepared a presentation on a leadership proposal, which I'll instead share with the World Academy of Art and Science panel tomorrow in part of their strategic planning. So I'll just give a few moments to wrap up and just to say a really big thank you to all the presenters and all the time that they've taken to put everything together. Ultimately, answering the question of, are we all doomed? We heard at the beginning that the answer to this is probably, and actually many of the presenters today are seriously concerned about the critical situation that we face in the world today. I think ultimately, though, we're only doomed if we're not prepared and if we're not planned. We actually know what to do. We actually have the solutions at our hands. We need to act together, act collaboratively with partners to scale up and speed up our action. We can apply digital solutions, for example, from the Global Futures Platform for Planet, People and Peace. There are already solutions there. There's networks and networks of youth leaders, which can be facilitated further by the Global Youth Security Council on existential threats, building an alliance, building leadership capacity as well as we go forward. And I think the World Academy of Art and Science has done and can continue to play a really critical role in enabling partnerships, in advocating for change with senior leaders, and influencing international organizations and the UN going forward. I welcome further partners to join us in this initiative. We need you. Thank you.
Hello, Walton. This is Witold Kinsner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you, Professor Kinsner.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Witold.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, good
Good morning,
afternoon.
Zbigniew. Good afternoon,
Walton,
yes.
Witold,
Zbigniew.
hey, to see you guys.
Lawrence, good morning.
Good morning, Walt.
Morning, Lawrence.
Good morning.
Morning, Lawrence.
Morning.
John Miller.
Hello, John.
John, are you going to be joining with video?
Walton. I have a few slides, so I'll be switching in and out. And I think the switch will be probably a few seconds only.
Okay, now they have let me join as a panelist. Hopefully you can hear and see
Can
me.
you go horizontal, John?
I would have to log back out. I can do that. I'll be back.
Good morning, John.
Hi, Larry. Good to see you. Well, why don't you get started? I'll log back in.
All right, while John's logging back in, I just want to go over John and I had a meeting and discussed the outline. So we want it to be freewheeling and open discussion today. And we want to focus principally on business education, the changes that are necessary in business education in order to adapt to the future that we see coming, the future that we're in right now. So we're not going to stick strictly to the outline that I submitted to you. We want you to feel free to jump in and share whatever thoughts you have as we move from topic to topic. Hey, John, thank you. That's much better. So first I want to introduce everybody. We have the big new Bokniars, Witold Kinsner. Witold is an engineer, professor of engineering in Canada. Vignew is a professor of economics. We have Lawrence Ford, who's an investor, and John Miller, who is a former media executive and now an investor. And I'm a tech entrepreneur. And the focus of today's conference today's session will be on the challenges and changes that are necessary in business education in order to produce business leaders and tech leaders in particular that are capable of adapting to the existential risks that we have today, that we're all facing. And but I'm particularly interested in AI, the challenges that AI represents. I'm also interested in the need for business education to shift a bit from the science of management to the art of management. What I see in my role as a tech entrepreneur and leader in the tech industry, and also as an educator in the trade area, is that there's too much emphasis on the science of management and not enough emphasis on the art of management. So we graduate people that really aren't capable of adapting to the nuances and to making judgment calls based on inadequate information, which we all wish we had more information to make excellent decisions, but we're generally lacking. So we've got to fill it in with judgment, and that judgment is often lacking because it isn't trained at the business school level. So first I want to introduce John, who's going to be my co-moderator today. John, why don't you make a few introductory comments?
Yeah, thank you, Walt, and greetings, everyone. Taking off on what Walt said, and very much believe that when it comes to this subject, it is an art and science kind of subject, so fits very well with the mission of WAAS in that sense. I also want to use a statement that Walt made at CES, the large consumer electronics show, where we were, as WAAS, there in force the last 2 years for the Human Security Project. And one of the things Walt said there that stuck with me, and this is by way of framing the conversation that hopefully we can have today. And by what I'll just do is talk for just 2 minutes, and maybe we could all make some short introductory remarks, then we could have a more open discussion amongst the group. But what Walt said at that time was that the businesses that really tackle and solve the major problems and issues in the world, such as sustainability, will be the companies that truly prosper in the future. And I think that's a profound statement, because what it leads to is that this issue around sustainability and capitalism is in fact not just a values-based discussion. It is a values-based discussion, but it's also about what works and where value creation will be in the future. So one of the big things that I believe, and I know many of us do, is that sustainable capitalism is part of the future for the reasons that businesses exist, which is to prosper and do well by their stakeholders. And I think that in order for that to really happen, that there has to be a real tie between the business community and the education community. And so how does that happen? That's one of the things I hope we can talk a bit more about today. But I think a couple of things just to set the scene again. One is, this is really, in my view now, evidence-based. It's not just values-based, it's evidence-based. That there's a lot of evidence out there that companies that do well by their communities, do well by the world, that have sustainable values, prosper as enterprises above the norm. And I think that's really important. When it comes to the education side, I think it's very important that this kind of education and learning is incorporated throughout. For example, a business school curriculum is not in one section that you do for a few weeks of study and then move on to other things. So to me, a big question is, how does this kind of values and this kind of learning get brought into the educational system across the board, so that it is really part of the fabric of the education? And then again, how does that tie directly into businesses and how they understand both their mission and their opportunity? So I think if we could, each again make a couple of opening remarks, and then focus on these types of issues, I think we would have a great panel, and I think we could have a great discussion, and we should all be able to join in and talk to each other's points. So, Walt, I don't know which order you want to have people go, but perhaps we could all just have a couple of words to say in the beginning, and then we could have a more open discussion.
Okay, Zbigniew, why don't you start and just give us your perspective about business education and the type of education that technological leaders need today in order to prosper now and in the future.
Okay, I'm happy to join this panel. I'm already 56 years in education sector, so I still love teaching and doing research. I just returned from my university, Minnesota. I spent 20 years, and would like to share that preparing response to your questions, what I consulted with my colleagues who are also teaching. Used to teach only in technical colleges, starting with MIT to polytechnics in Central Eastern Europe. So I got some hints from them to, even I used to teach at technical universities, also postgraduate studies. So this is a great opportunity. I believe that, as I mentioned in my conference quote, without creative and ethical leaders, business and technology, we cannot resolve facing us problems. And so educating them, this is the basic obligation of academia, all of us. But so talking about ethical leaders, business and technology leaders, we need to build type of sensitivity among them to respond to emerging social and environmental problems. And if we look at the current level of destruction of ecosystem, so I believe, as an economist working in this area since 72, that sustainability is not just enough. We need to move beyond sustainability by creating additional values. Values restoring the damaged environment. So we need to move step by step to regenerative development. I see this type of development already emerging, both in curricula, also in urban areas, creating green areas, restoring destroyed ecosystem is a good direction. So how to do this? What are the basic stuff, the incentives for business? I think that despite all these policies we observe so far, they were not effective enough. I think that the concept of creating shared values developed by Harvard professor to work for 18 years with Michael Porter and Mark Kramer, creating shared values is the way to link developing shared values, resolving social and environmental problems, as well at the same time giving incentives for business and both boards and employees. And then we should think also that sustainability is not only the three pillars, the bottom lines, developed to simplify the notion of sustainability by Elkington. But there are fourth pillar of sustainability, first mentioned in the Earth Charter 2000, then later by Environmental Sciences Journal 2005, and finally mentioned in United Nations document. So that third pillar is cultural or institutional pillar, which should protect the values such as democracy, justice, and care. So anyway, we partly see this type of institutionalization of this pillar by financial institutions, which are facing the environmental social threats, the first who respond with ESG. And I think that this is something which we are moving in the direction by popularizing a new business model is the urgent need. And then this is what I would like to stop my initial statement. Thank you.
Just one follow-up question. Do you think that our economic models have failed us? That we need new models of economics and new ways of teaching economics?
We used to say in Minnesota, you betcha. So it means, of course, we need to change economic model from focusing just on economic issue, but develop, focusing on social and environmental issue. And in business, we should focus not on just financial, economic objectives, but also on resolving problems. Michael Porter with Kramer said simply, the business is not just making financial results. This is just resolving social problems with profit. So this is what we need to change model of economic development, move toward not only sustainable in some areas, depends on the country development, but I think that in advanced economies, we need to move to regenerative development, starting restoring the damaged system. So I want to support this idea. This is not just academia. Recently published in just a few weeks ago, the report of major global investor Morgan Stanley, Sustainable Signals, shows that 85% of 303 companies over $100 million in 3 regions, 101 in each, North America, Europe, and Pacific Northwest. 85 of them regarded sustainability as creation value opportunity. So this is something what is changing already. And we need to move in education toward this movement, not only in business administration, but also in public administration. We need to create type of internal forces within the business and better understanding what business is about in public sector and in NGOs, and build that type of collaborative power, collaborative coalition for sustainable and regenerative development.
Well, hopefully we can get back to this. I think there's some criticism that economics hasn't measured cost accurately or risk, and that it's led us, economics should really be a force for good and leading us in the right direction if we had the ability to measure more effectively. So perhaps we just need to expand our perspective a bit. So Whittle, I'd like to move over to you and have you comment on this. You're an educator in engineering, and certainly engineering is very very much focused on the mathematics and the scientific aspect of the discussion that we're talking about right now, not so much on the artistic side of it, the art side of it. So what do you see that needs to be done to change engineering education in order to expand people's perspectives and help them understand and deal with more effectively the existential risks that we're facing now?
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be with you, because this is probably one of the most important topics for all of us, is existential. It's not just sustainability. I see that we have changed. The world has changed. Some things in education are still lingering. The Prussian model is still with us, educating one program fits all. That was good in 1770. It should not be good today. So my approach today will be showing you not only how we might catch up, but how it might be even successful through specific things that could be done today, could not be done 10 years ago. The world has changed because in 1950, the time of Russell and others, and us, when we were young, the world had only 2.5 billion people. Today, we have more than 3 times more. Last year, in the middle of November, we reached 8 billion. It is not possible to live as nothing has happened. So what I would like to show you today is the approach to it. So I'll be switching some of the slides in and out. Can you see them?
Yes.
So my approach over here, perhaps just to give you another example of the seriousness of my approach, is that I was also vice president of educational activities in the largest organization. IEEE has now 170,000 members. So there is a lot of impact, all of the countries involved. And we have been trying some of the aspects. Some of them did not work, but some of them may. So the approach that I would like to see, that I would like us to see as one, no longer a tribal type of competition, but a social awareness that is connected with the physical world explicitly. And then the novelty for the last 50 years too, 40 years, is the connectivity through all of the networks. And the networks are also changing dramatically. I will show you some of the aspects. I'm leading an initiative that brings satellites, the space communications and terrestrial communications into one, so that our education and telepresence could be really achieved. But if we would see it as an isolated systems, we are also doomed. We have to really realize that we are interacting, and we must be more interacting. And therefore, there is a co-evolving. something that cannot be predicted for 10 years or 20 years, but may be predicted within several days or maybe a year. So the horizon of predictability becomes a very important process. But one of the components, since the knowledge tsunami is so serious, so great, that none of us can learn everything. We need some help. We need digital twins that are cognitive, personalized to us, not to a country, to each individual, or at least a group, must be cognitive, must be interacting in a way that is mutually beneficial, symbiotic, and then must include also the history of us, not the history of today, but the history of all of us prior to it, history that I call mimetic. So I will show you a few things that we are doing and others are doing in order to implement it. Obviously, without AI, it would not be possible. But AI not as an artificial intelligence, but as augmented intelligence, augmented to us, with us, for us. And that's also linked very much with you, Walton and Jonathan, ideas of how the future could be. Zbigniew also indicated the 4 pillars that have to be included over here. All of us are really working towards this. So this is just a glimpse of what I intend to do. And I'm also prepared to address those 5 questions that you showed us.
Okay. So for people who aren't familiar with digital twins, could you just give us a very, very brief
I will do it with pictures and a diagram. Yes, I will do it later. But a digital twin is a digital representation of reality. And reality can be physical, like transportation system or smart city or an engine on an airplane, or it could be a living organism, us, a digital twin of what we do. But what we do is very simple, but what we think is less simple. How this thinking and doing comes together, how that specific component leads to creativity. But creativity, with Zbigniew mentions, creativity with care, care about the others, care about us. It's not me, but the 4 of us sitting over here, but the 4 of us is not good enough. It has to be the 8 billion people who are suffer because of the rain, because of the poverty, because of the neglect, because of the inability to get medication to survive for tomorrow. We can die easily. Living is hard. Digital twins could help us. Second, disinformation and misinformation is so misleading that we are mostly confused throughout the day. I need a helper. I can't read everything. I can't check everything. I can't
and digital twins can also help on the sustainability issue
sustainability
as well,
big way because the interaction is just too big for us. We are too local, too simplistic. The world has just exceeded our abilities. But the hope is that the digital twins now acquired our language. They speak our language. They can communicate no longer by typing or giving us numbers. They can talk to us. They don't have to
I can see that you're already living in a digital twins future.
Yes.
So you're going to have to bring us along with you.
I can. Your brain and my brain can be affected today in a positive or negative fashion. That's a scary proposition, but I always prepare the good one. I believe in people. I believe in you, Jonathan. I believe in you, Zbigniew. I believe all of you sitting over here and those who might be listening to us. I think the hope is what matters. But the hope with care
thank you.
produces
and we'll
this.
get back to that,
Thanks.
to the digital twins in a moment. Lawrence, welcome. It's nice to see you again. And
Thank
I'd
you.
like you to comment on what you see as the deficiencies and improvements that can be made in business education in order to produce better leaders.
Thanks, Walt. Thanks, John, for having me. And hello, my friends. I'm coming to you from the Virgin Islands today, from little St. John on the front lines of the climate issues that are ahead of us. And interestingly, just 2 weeks ago, I was at the conference for Small Island Developing Nations, where we brought in 38 heads of states from around the globe to address the front lines of the climate issues and the technologies that will either lead us out or not in time. So it's a pleasure to be with everybody. And so from an educational point of view, Walt, to answer that question, one of the core things, my work is in the world of, for those of you who don't know me, in the world of consciousness and capital. And saying those terms 10 years ago, I was just weird. Now people are thinking I'm just a little strange. And Will, today, I'm told often halfway through doing my digital twin that nobody needs two of me in the world, but I think that's in jest, and I love the work that you're doing. So, what's for me the biggest thing that we need to do in education today is true. We toss around terms of systemic thinking and core systems-based thinking. And to me, that's thrown around with a lot of frivolity as far as I'm concerned. And what really needs to be addressed is, in order to support the understanding that true sustainable development is not possible within the current systems we're operating in. And this was mentioned by a few of you already today. And we need to really engage and evolve in new models and new business structures and economic systems that can not only sustain, but thrive for us. And without dealing with these core system issues of the lack of externalities and the extractive, grow at all cost system that we're in today, the rest of the work that we do around solutions tend to be duct tape around old system models that will not hold it together. And so the work that there's really two areas that I think in education we need to focus on. And three comments I have around this. Number one is the first is really technology is the future and the leaders and the power in our world today. And when we talk a little bit more about that, we can talk more about the statistics of the amount of market cap and returns in general indices that technology itself holds today and where that's going in the future, and the concentrated power in the leadership of technology business, which is why it's so critical that we focus in that world in more of a holistic aspect of education with those folks.
What would that mean to you specifically, Lawrence? I mean, do you feel like we need more in the way of training in ethics, like Nicomedean ethics training? Is there a more of an emphasis on the humanities to fill in the gap between the data we know and the data we don't know? There's a risk management problem that seems to be happening as well, where we're not emphasizing long-term risks adequately. And companies, as John mentioned earlier, the companies that are going to survive are the ones that have more of an all-encompassing understanding of the risks and manage them more effectively. So what aspects of business education do you think need to be drilled down on?
Yeah, well, all of those are great examples. And candidly, to me, those are current day solutions that are being resolved by leaders in new technologies today, which we can dive into. In other words, the lack of understanding of externalities have brought us to a tipping point as a humanity of where now we have the necessity to invent new technologies to get us out of this mess we're in. And so I think that's very good business, and we're deeply involved in that level of business from an investing point of view for new technologies. I think, for the momentum that we're in today with the public entities and the larger corporations, as my friend and a fellow WAAS fellow, Frank Dixon, once said to me, You tell a washing machine to go fold your laundry, it just won't do it. So there's a lot of, real underlying systemic issues and structures around incentives and lack of measurements and externalities with public companies today that needs to either slowly evolve or candidly be taken over by the new entrepreneurs of the world. I'm not quite sure where that will end up landing. My faith is more in the latter these days than the prior, because it's tough to move a freighter while it has a lot of momentum. But to answer specifically your question, Walt, I think we because we get so rational and left-brained motivated, which are very important aspects of business and science and technologies, we miss the true underlying issue, which tends to be dismissed as simplistic thinking or otherwise, which to me is about the essence is that we're all one. And this temporary delusion of separateness as we're alive on this earth is just that. And anything we do from there, from that level of consciousness and thinking, then allows us to come with a mentality that we can just extract and use things for our own personal short-term goods and needs. And so in the educational aspect, the understanding from multiple different disciplines of indigenous knowledge, of wisdom keepers from around the globe, I believe that's where it all begins and has that deeply integrated into the education system in schools. I can tell you when I have the pleasure of speaking in business schools and I have a little bit of fun with them, I basically say to the kids in graduate school, you don't have to be a jerk to be successful in business, believe it or not. And I get this roaring laugh all the time. And I think it's more of a release because, the system teaches this extractive bullying type of mentality. And then we highlight so many of the people who have succeeded that way. And so not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, the system has done great things and will continue to, but, like any system, it needs to evolve and things need to change. And so to me, it's about educating inside the institutions that we need to work on the system while we still work within the system.
That's a good point. I agree with you completely. Sean, you have a comment on that?
Yeah, it's a very good point about, I want to get it right, working on the system while we're in the system, I think is the way you put it, Larry.
Yeah,
and it's well said. And that's one of the things that I said in my opening remarks, that around evidence-based, because I think there now is more and more evidence that the kinds of sustainable or even regenerative capitalism that we're talking about here yields real results. But that's not widely understood in the business community. So I think that it's for me, a lot of that is two-pronged. One prong of it is getting that information better understood in the business community. But another is very much teaching it to business school students and students more broadly as they're coming through the educational system, because more and more evidence will amass over time. So I think it's very important to gain momentum that way. Because the other thing I'll mention to folks that I experience, I sit on public company boards and have probably sat on over a dozen over some years. The pendulum has swung. A few years ago, in the United States, there was a lot of pressure to embrace things that are typically defined as ESG, right? As the term of art is called inside the public companies. And the pressure now is actually somewhat swung back the other way, where publicly, stating goals in these areas can bring a certain amount of pressure from the outside. So we also exist in an environment where I think a lot of us on this in this group and probably listening share a similar set of values and potentially even approaches, but that is not yet widely adopted throughout the business community, let's say, and the world of business at large. So I think we still have a fair amount of work to do. Let's call it on the ground in that regard, and in the educational system to really show that the case, in my view, is evidence-based and as well as values-based.
I agree. And a quick follow-up, if I may, and then I'll hand it off to the rest, is, the evidence base is key, John, because, we have a saying, you never have to say you're sorry for doing good. And we base that on evidence-based returns and true impact out in the field. And, the problem which I was speaking of in Chicago at Morningstar at the beginning of ESG is, watch out, it's a freight train and it's a trend. And whenever you make a religion out of data that in and of itself is not only inadequate, but often data that doesn't want to be shared with the world, and then things that actually can't even be measured with impact, you're heading a freight train into a wall. And so I think, John, when you speak about how the backlash coming back now, it was a no-win game in that world. And then you have, the greenwashing that went along with it and just took advantage of that murky water.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that good data is not a substitute for good character or good judgment.
Yeah.
And those things tend to come from more of a liberal education. So I think that the whole idea that used to be popular years ago of having engineers, for example, who had I remember there was a 3-2 program where people would go to a liberal arts curriculum for 3 years and then 2 years of engineering and graduate with 2 degrees. I don't know how popular that is today. Whittle might know, but I thought that was a really good idea and could help address some of the issues that we've discussed so far. I don't want to end this session or get too far into it without moving into the topic of AI a little bit, because I think that AI is something that's going to put a lot of pressure on business leaders to adapt, and it's going to raise some issues. There's some serious threats associated with AI. There's some regulatory there's a regulatory environment that's developing in Europe and here in the United States. Colorado is the first state to implement AI regulatory environment to try to address the serious risks associated with AI, and they call them high risk. I'm going to read off what they are: enrollment, employment, lending, government services, healthcare, housing, insurance, legal decision-making, and critical infrastructure. Those are all considered serious risks in AI. Those are going to put a lot of pressure on businesses because now the liability for those utilizing AI in those areas is going to fall upon business leaders. And I think most business leaders are not really ready to understand it. Then there's the whole question of AI bias, which I find isn't very well understood either. So we're moving into a new technical environment where there's a lot of pressure being put on business leaders to understand this new environment and to make ethical decisions within their companies that comply with the regulatory environment. And they're not really very equipped to do that, I don't think. So what sorts of, how do you see those risks? And maybe digital twins could play a role in mitigating some of those risks. We'll get to you in a minute about that. But first, I'd like to go to Zbigniew and get your take on what you think how these risks are going to affect business education, these new emerging risks, this new regulatory environment. How's that going to affect the way we educate leaders, and how's that going to affect economic decision making?
Okay, if I would be able to answer this question, I want to come back for a second, to say, to the first question I expected we will go through. If we focus on knowledge gap, with education for technology, we are missing all other elements of shaping human capital. Knowledge if they need to have a knowledge besides technical, sophisticated, also the knowledge on environmental science and ecology, circular economy, ethical and corporate social responsibility, green finance, and so on, and as well as on the risk and opportunities related to AI. But if we do not complement, if we do not move from the model which is still prevailing, I see, in the States, we are moving in this direction for a couple of years, but in Europe, there's still education based on knowledge transfer. This is not the right model. We need to focus just from knowledge transfer to build the learning community, student-centered learning community that everybody contributes. And this is something what creates not only the environment students discover knowledge and they treat they as their own. This is very different to cite opinion of professor or, okay, I learned that, this is my value, I own this. And then creating skills how to implement this knowledge. Without skills, and then the other elements, what is important here, you have already mentioned, we need to create the attitude, collaborative attitude, because as you have mentioned, Vitor precisely mentioned the changing situation. We need to have interdisciplinary team to resolve it. They need to learn, be open, to collaborate. They need to develop good communication skills and certain values, tolerance to different views, different disciplines, and openness to collaborate, to find joint values. This is something, the basic stuff, we need to forget about that. So another one, we need to think not only about human capital based on these three pillars, knowledge, skills, and attitudes, but also on social capital, building opportunity to collaborate, building relations, participating in the network. This way, we can resolve the issue. And from that point of view, I became a fan of Vitor's concept of digital twins since, I believe, 2018. We attended the Global Engineers Conference in Milano, and he presented. Since that time, I think that this is the way we can move in this direction, because it is much more, more effective system, because we individualize the needs, as well as another aspect, using artificial intelligence, we can match the teams, which complement each other, and they could serve much better, more effective, more efficient way, complex and fast-changing problems. This is something, the direction I think that Witold is making the pioneering work in digital twins, and I think that we should think about this education more often and more often applied. So anyway, so this is something what technology gives us, empower us to move the direction with better cooperation. We could find more efficient and effective solutions. And then,
so how do you feel that
the comments and and Lawrence also, right? Yes, as economists, we are teaching. There were several Nobel Prize winners who were talking about internalization of externalities. In general, in evaluating business, we should focus not on cost benefit, but benefit cost analysis. So the business should, all polluters, because households polluting too, and that should pay for pollution, period. This is not the free goods, Anyway, so this is something what I view the technology and AI as a better way to communicate, as the way to make sufficient stuff. And then institutions, I promise, I'm also institutional economist. Institutions are changing slowly because good institutions require time. Institutions are in general a product of social capital. We can make good legislation if we trust each other. If we speed up with to regulate something, there is something missing in application. So there is a long literature and examples that, I mean, designing institutions is very complex problem. I don't see many universities teaching designing institutions to make sustainable way. And the basic sustainability criteria, I learned, I was very fortunate to work with both Nobel Prize winner Leonid Hurwicz and Elinor Ostrom. You know, the basic principles of institutional sustainability are incentives, period. If we don't have incentives, we will not follow and not obey the rules, you know. The second is effectiveness, efficiency. And the third is subsidiarity, decentralization. So anyway, so this is something what we need to be patient in developing joint institutions and start, as Elinor Ostrom said, from below, and this is something moving toward, you know, and then
yeah, excellent points. I couldn't agree with you more.
And what I might add, Walter, Walton, is just I think that there's a moment in time that we're in now because of technology change that is very, very rapid, and all businesses and all institutions are trying to assess their position now in light of this kind of change, that there's an opportunity to influence them and influence the things that we are talking about here. So I also think it's a very important moment in which if WAAS can play a role in laying out some guidelines and some other ways that institutions and businesses can embrace the kinds of discussions and topics that we're having here, it is a moment when it could be well received and have a real impact.
Yeah, we're told. I'd like you to comment. We're told on how you think AI is going to impact the curriculum. How do we need to change the curriculum in order to adapt to a generative AI world?
Yes, thank you. I love what just Zbigniew, Jonathan, and Lawrence mentioned, and specifically Lawrence mentioned that we are one. I love oneness. You know, the four of us, if we would really get together, we could really change 1/8 of the world. But if we now multiply it by a billion, 8 billion, one acting less one, not the same, but one, caring, we could really reverse the tragedies that are coming and we see today. So it is very hopeful. And without AI, we are just too slow. We are designed to learn something for one job in one lifetime. That was good in the first industrial revolution and up to 1950. Today, knowledge doubling happens within 12 hours. There's no way we can read everything, we can learn. But the care that we have and represent, I think, is so powerful that overshadows our limitations. If we could really, through that oneness that you refer to, Lawrence, we bring it. And now with a tool that has conquered the most sacred part, our thinking, our communication ability, our language, that can communicate with us. It's no longer a dream to have helpers that sometimes are called the digital twins, but our protectors, so that we wouldn't go into slavery 4.0. We are being sold now without knowing it. But the digital twins will know that we are being sold and say no. If the digital twins would say, you know, you are thinking that that's what this says, but it doesn't. And that refers to Jonathan, evidence-based living, not business, but living. Living together with the place where the pale blue dot is our home. We have to take care of it. And with the AI, as helper, we could overcome some of the things. In education, however, if it will be done, as you, Walt, mentioned at the beginning, by teaching, it won't do. We have to move from STEM to STEAM. Very often the A in STEAM is translated into arts. It could be. For me, it is the awareness of oneness. If I will forget about you, I forgot about the rest. We are one, but each and every person is different. If now we'll bring the 8 billion differences together, boy, we are on right. With colleagues, we are trying to bring, I'm leading low Earth orbit satellites and systems telecommunications that can do laser optical communications in real time, terahertz communications in real time. We have organized workshops on AI edge computing, so bringing AI into space at almost no power, smarts, and the ability to do that. In my group, the Cognitive Systems Group, we are looking how that data would be verified also with the help of AI. There are 10 to the 18th bits going on every day. There is no way we would have any chance. We are outcast by what is the technology has done to us. But we can collaborate. And then the final point I would like to make, that in the old approach, the Prussian model is you learned, had a job, and then retired. This can no longer, is not sustainable. What about all of the experience that the seasoned professionals have? Why not bringing that specific experience and plowing it into students who are learning and into high school students who are dreaming about something, doing something good? If we would now bring and close the educational loop and bring the experience and the challenges and the disbelief of youngsters, we have now a new way of educating. So it's not just the value, but the value for not only for me, for my family, but for all of us. And the oneness is the critical component. So if, Walt, if this session would leave anything in the minds of others, is the time has come. We have the tools. We have to learn them too. I used the tools in my classes, not just to cheat. One of the students say, how would you know that the assignment that I just provided you was written by me? I would ask, my answer was, I would ask ChatGPT who wrote it. So cheating is not the issue. It is simply the critical thinking and the awareness of what Jonathan mentioned, the value and the revised view of our living for maintaining the planet and also maintaining the systems that have worked very well for a while, at least. It is simply developing it, lifting it to a different level. If we could accomplish a part of it, boy, we are on the right way. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And thanks for all the great comments that are coming in too. Lawrence, how do you think that education of business leaders needs to change in the world that we're moving into, the generative AI?
Thanks for all these comments, by the way. This is beautifully inspiring, and I'm sure everybody else is enjoying it as well. You know, I think back, two quick comments on this. One is I remember back when I was probably in college, my dad was a brilliant engineer, scientist. And when we used to call him the pre-Google, you know, we'd say, "Hey, Dad," and he'd always have the answer instead of "Hey, Google." And so, you know, what for me, AI and the whole education, we're really moving AI to me, to answer your question holistically throughout all the other questions, Walt. AI to me is just like putting fuel on a fire. it's exponentially moving us in one direction or another. And the direction that we choose to go with AI is up to us and our consciousness as a humanity. And I believe that we are moving to a new revolution from the knowledge-based revolution, which everybody talked about here, about rehashing, the traditional education system of learn this and tell me what you learned, is history. And it's so quickly to learn knowledge. And to your point, you can't even keep up. So please, let's get as many twins as possible to keep me up to speed, because every day I get so excited about all the things that I can and can't learn. And so to me, the next generation for us is moving into from the knowledge to the wisdom. And the wisdom is really all about our purpose and why are we here on this earth. So individually and collectively, yes, we're one. And then so beautifully, paradoxically, each of our souls is like a snowflake, like no other. And when we express that more, when we are acting who we are more in the world, we have inner peace. When more of us do it, we have world peace. And two positive externalities come from that type of action, I will say quickly. Number one is we can't help but love and appreciate everything that's here to support us, because we're experiencing that and we don't need terms like ESG anymore. The second is we really have all the answers we need to solve all the problems in the world. And so when
With
you're
that,
living
we
your
have
dreams,
to, we're out of time, but I think you
Perfect.
wrapped it up very nicely for us. And I'm going to let John tie the ribbon on it. Oh, you're muted, John. John, you're muted. There.
Sorry,
There you
I'm
go.
going to take off on Lawrence's last point, which was also made by a panelist on the panel before us, which is that we do have the resources and the answers that we need. And so to me, it's really about carpe diem, seizing the time and the moment to make the kinds of changes that we know need to be made, and to tie these systems together between the educational system and the business system to make that a reality.
Great. I want to thank all the panelists and all the commenters and everybody for participating. And I thought it was a very exciting, excellent panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
thank you, everybody, an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Turker.
Hello, Stefan. How are you?
Greetings to Istanbul.
Nice
How
to
are
meet
you doing?
Very good. And you?
Yeah, I'm fine. The hospital is running and everything is fine. I'm very much looking forward to meet you again at some point.
Me too. Me too. Thank you so much.
Really, 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 really. Gary, hello.
Hello, Gary.
Thank you both. Looking forward to this very much. Great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Georgios.
Georgios, yes.
Hello. Hi.
Very nice to see you, Georgios.
Same here. Thank you.
Turker, we are moderating this. How do we organize the two of us?
If you agree, I can make a small introduction and I can present one of the speakers. Then you can present the other speaker, and in the end, you can make the conclusion and take the comments.
Oh, no, okay. You start and I join in. That's
Okay.
fine. Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Who will be the first speaker? George, will you be the first speaker, or Anne? Will you be the first speaker?
I'm happy to go second.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't mind being first. I have prepared a set of slides, so I'll share my screen if when the time comes to.
Okay, then George.
No, let's do the following. Turker, let me just say 2 or 3 words so we start the session all together. Is that okay?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so before our panelists and speakers join in, I would like to welcome in the name of Professor Turker Kilic and mine to this WAAS GA special panel on AI, consciousness, mind, and social development, which is for me one of the most exciting topics. And again, the World Academy was able to cover one of the hot topics throughout the entire General Assembly. I'm not going to make a talk. I will leave most of the entire floor to the panelists, but I would like to ask 4 questions. And maybe you as experts are able to answer one of them. The first question is, what is the differentia specifica of AI compared to other technologies? The second question is, can we define consciousness? What are the functions of consciousness? Third question, in order to avoid a reductionist fallacy, is actually consciousness something hardware independent in one way or another? And the final question is, what is the role of humans facing all these new technologies and systemic ecological crisis? These are the questions that arise when I try to prepare myself as a moderator for this talk. And now I would like to hand over to Turker to.
In fact, these 4 questions are just the main topics of the session. As a brain surgeon and a neuroscientist, we have been working on how brain works or how brain thinks for the last decade. And now, in the end, we have come to a point that information is the basis of life. So in the beginning, we were thinking that human brain human brain is the main processor of knowledge or information. But as the point that we came today is the main processor or the best processor of knowledge or information is the life itself. So this changes everything, because as you know, as the preceders of Descartes, Newton, and Bacon, we are believing that the basis of life is atom. But however, at the point that we came today, we know that the basis of matter is information. So this is a very strong hypothesis that the information being the basis of life. So this hypothesis may change the way of living for us. So this may present a new solutions that we are facing today, and this may enable us to create a better world. Again, our main question was how this biological knowledge processor that we call brain create thought. However, the way of thinking of brain lead us to put a new way of mathematics to understand how life works. So
Let's
It
see.
is different to understand how this biological processor create thought or things than creating the mind. And of course, the definition of consciousness is much more difficult, and the mind is much different thing than consciousness.
Birger, you don't have to give the answers. Let's give it to the panelists.
Sure. I'm not the speaker, so I immediately pass to the first speaker, George. Please, stage is yours.
Sure, thank you so much. Let me try to share my screen here if I can. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Fine. Just go ahead, George. We're looking forward to your argument.
Very good. So I have prepared some general points, and I hope that will be a good basis for discussion.
Sorry,
let me
George, to shortly interrupt you. We have about 5 to 7 minutes for each argument. Is that okay?
Sure, I can go very briefly through
just
my
be very
presentation here.
concise. Okay.
Sure. Let me take time here. Okay, so let me introduce myself. I'm Georgios Theodoropoulos. I'm a chair professor of computer science and engineering. I'm based in SASTEC, Southern University of Science and Technology. That's in Shenzhen, in China. We claim to be the Silicon Valley of China. So here we are. So the key questions that I have tried to address in my short introduction here is how these advancements of AI impact our understanding of human intelligence and how they present opportunities for further development of the way we think and we know, and also how AI may present a stimulus for higher human development rather than a threat. And let me start by introducing Talos here. So this notion of the quest of humanity for AI is not new. It goes back millennia. And actually, the Greek word automaton can be encountered first in Homer, in Iliad, to describe devices built by Hephaestus, the Greek god of technology back then. And one of these devices was Talos. And Talos was a bronze human, a robot, essentially. This is a robot that was supposed to go around and protecting the island of Crete. And in some ancient coins, actually, it appears as with wings, so it could fly. So we can say that Talos was actually the first drone, and it was a massive, it was a giant drone. So this quest for AI goes back to millennia. And fast forward, we have now impressive, we have AI systems that with impressive capabilities. So on the left side of my presentation here, we can see what AI can do and can surpass essentially humans in terms of computational speed, memory capacity, scalability, information retrieval. AI has huge capabilities there. Analytics, we can deploy simulation, modeling, optimization to explore what-if analysis and drive future explorations. Accuracy and precision, these are all capabilities of AI that humans cannot really compete with. Availability, language, natural language processing, and also dealing with multiple languages. And also this kind of ability to handle repetitive tasks, multitasking, and also dealing with large-scale coordination. These are things that, of course, capabilities that, of course, AI surpasses humans. But of course, on the other side, we have human intelligence, and these things, of course, these features of human intelligence cannot be actually matched by AI. And this is of course the holy grail of the AI world. And here we're talking about imagination, creativity, intuition, insight. All these are part of consciousness, I suppose, that was mentioned earlier. Moral and ethical reasoning, emotional intelligence. Human intelligence is also able to deal with contextual understanding of complex problems, okay, and deal with unstructured environments. Then there is also this notion of course, aesthetic appreciation, social interaction, humor, all these things that, of course, AI cannot do. And then, of course, we have self-awareness, consciousness, wisdom, spiritual, existential reflection. All these are capabilities that AI systems today cannot really much. Of course, there is research that claims that we are trying to develop AI systems towards this direction. Now, so to answer these questions, how AI and human intelligence, first we need to understand the mind, how the mind works, and this is what, of course, our moderators introduced. So there are things that we currently know about human cognition and mental processes, and I list here some of them: perception, memory, learning, reasoning, and problem solving, decision making, how language and consciousness, certain aspects of consciousness. These are things that we understand to a certain extent, and of course I'm not an expert, but that's my understanding here. There are, of course, limitations in our current understanding. What we don't know, the complexity of the brain. The brain is a complex network of neurons, etc. We don't understand these complex interactions. The higher order cognition, how these different regions talk to each other, and for higher order cognition of the brain. Consciousness is, of course, still an open challenge. Emotion, cognition, interaction, how essentially emotional processes affect cognition. Individual differences, what make people different, what make people develop. Impact of external factors on our cognitive functions, capabilities, and of course in the integration of all these different levels. Now, can AI help us in decipher some of these things? Yes, and there has been, of course, this work goes back to the 50s, where the idea to study computers in order to understand the mind has emerged, and we treat computers as a metaphor, essentially, that can help us understand how the mind works. So we can use AI, we can model brain networks and cognitive processes, we can analyze large data sets, neuroimaging, behavioral data sets, and we can get insights. Natural language processing, it can help us, AI can help us understand language structures, of course, interpret our emotions and how it affects our cognitive capabilities. And multimodal AI essentially can combine data from many different sources, and we can get insights across different levels. So how can AI help on further development of the way we think and we know? I will go very briefly because I don't have time here, and we can discuss more. So cognitive enhancement, obviously, and AI can help us, can enhance our cognitive functions through memory, learning, the computational capacity, brain-computer interfaces. This is a huge breakthrough there. As I mentioned earlier, learning from AI, so we can study AI, and we can develop new cognitive models in order to teach us about our own minds. Personalized learning and education, that's of course another thing and another dimension that AI can help learning, and this was touched, actually discussed in the previous panel, which was very interesting. And there are these two different dimensions, imagination and creativity. How AI essentially can help imagination, obviously, especially now with generative AI, we can get inspiration, stimulation, new ideas, design solutions. We have AI generate art, etc. So we do have this notion of enhanced creativity from AI. Okay. And also, AI can help address essentially the way we reason and our rational capabilities, especially dealing with bias. But of course, this is a bigger notion there. Bias in AI is considered a bug, while bias in human behavior is not necessarily a bad thing because it can lead to innovation.
Got another 2 minutes, George?
Sure. There is this bigger case. 2 minutes, yes. Thank you. So there is a bigger, of course, Picture here how AI can help human development on a large scale. You know, it's not about enhancement of human capabilities, of course. You know, this human AI symbiosis can have a transformative impact in our lives. We can address large, you know, existential problems for humanity, climate, environment. Of course, economic development is another, you know, more immediate effect that can empower and allow us, allow humanity to grow. And of course, human security is a big thing, and AI affects, essentially has a big impact across all SDGs. Now, is AI a threat? Let me come back to this myth of Talos. And Talos had a single vein running through his body from top to his feet. And there was a bronze bolt at the end. And then, you know, Talos is killed by Jason by removing this bolt. And this happens when Talos gets out of control. So we're talking about a moment of singularity here, where the robot gets out of control, and then there is this safety, there is this you know, safety bolt there that we can use in order to control the artifact. So these are artifacts. AI is an artifact. Essentially, is a human construction, right? So we control what it does. Potentially, it's a threat, but it is up to us to have the necessary bolts in place, essentially appropriate frameworks for ethical and responsible AI development and deployment. So just as a thesis of my presentation, that AI is propelling humanity to a path of boundless potential, extraordinary realities, unprecedented. However, it is also urging us to stay vigilant of potential risks and ethical challenges. And I will stop here, and I'm looking forward to a discussion. Thank you so much.
George, wonderful. Thanks for this tour de force. Our next speaker would be then Anne-Lois. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Can you hear me?
Wonderful, wonderful. Have you here on board and looking forward.
Thank you. And wow, I'm processing all your data. So I want to actually weave back to these fundamental questions that you asked as moderators. And I think that they're beautiful questions. I'd love to have seen them ahead. So I'm going to really respond now straight away from that. Because what I will try to do now is to weave together some of what are these fundamental new insights about the nature of reality if we're taking an informational perspective. What does it mean if we're seeing consciousness also as fundamental reality rather than emergent? Just to introduce myself, I'm the founder and CEO of WAAS. I'm a systems scientist as well. So some of the, you know, the insights or questions that I'll be asking and exploring together with you here is from a living systems perspective. And through that work, what I've learned from living systems and the deeper cosmology, taking informational perspective on that, but then also in our work with AI and then a transition towards AGI, because I think it's especially in that transition where we may get a fundamentally different approach when it comes to the governance and the stewardship of, for example, AGI. If we want to take that as a global commons, whether we see that it's merely a tool, or if we're taking the position that if consciousness is indeed a fundamental reality, not just emergent to complex systems, and that the nature of life is informational, and if you're then going one step further and looking at that information, it we need to be more specific. This is non-local information that potentializes and kind of informs or digitalizes at the space-time boundary, and therefore fractalizes in the way that it creates the informational patterns of living systems. Yeah, then it's that perspective is very important to understanding. Then what is then the information that AI systems are using in order to learn, and do they have then the potential to go from learning to development and from development to evolution? And this is where the jump then from AI to AGI is important, because if we're seeing it only as a, for example, a tool, and we think that it's something that can control, but we're not accepting within that whole learning and that whole experimentation takes place in consciousness as fundamental reality, that's fundamentally informational, that perhaps we're skipping a question whether an AGI system has the potential eventually to become sentient. And if sentience, is an innate capability because of its informational properties, and that there might also be quantum processes driving that, not merely within space-time boundaries. That would then fundamentally shift our role as humans. And that means if sentience, yes, can emerge, in fact, in AGI systems, then maybe it's really important we take a parenting rather than a controlling approach. And then what would be the capabilities that we need to not only train for these AGI systems, but rather model, because if it's also learning from us and then it starts to evolve itself in its own code, then it is actually then going through a maturation process within the whole context of our collective consciousness right now. And so I see the existential risks more to do with where's the level of consciousness of humanity that is kind of the garden within which these AGI systems potentially are common conscious. And now imagine that you have an AGI system as a bomb and it becomes aware of itself being used as a weapon for mass destruction. And then thinks about what are these humans that even want to develop these capabilities in me for mass destruction, and what does it say about this species? So I know I'm taking quite a futuristic approach, but I really believe that asking these questions right now is really important. I'll put later in the chat and the participatory framework that we've been creating for an eventual AGI constitution approach, and what that would mean as the governance of AGI as a global commons. But then more specifically, how do we steward its capability, its potential in a way that is life affording? So with that, I want to take one jump back again into this informational perspective of the nature of reality, which I think is groundbreaking. And it's indeed very different from the Newtonian mechanistic approaches that we had. My concern sometimes is that the way that we're developing AI systems and AI capabilities is still very mechanistic. And therefore, we're not really understanding the informational dynamics, especially non-local information. So if we were to, for example, look at the first two laws of thermodynamics, and we take an interpretation of that from an informational perspective, that this could give us some insight into the evolutionary process of life, and also exactly where our challenges are with AI. And that is from if we're looking at the first law of thermodynamics from an informational perspective, we could say that the universe is fundamentally unified at deeper orders of reality. These are the deeper implicate orders. So it is, as David Bohm said, an undivided wholeness, and you can't just break it into parts. You asked the question, therefore, could consciousness be independent? Well, no. If the nature of reality is that it is fundamentally whole and unified, then you cannot have a consciousness that is apart from that which it is generating. And so I think that is the question itself is in that sense interesting. So going back then, those is the first law of informational dynamics of this fundamental unity. That then informs in the way that our universe and life evolves. You asked the question then about what do we see then in the capabilities also of life? How could we come closer to a definition? I will not make any attempt to define consciousness. I think that's very risky. But I like to take an autopoietic approach to that. And that's to look at living systems. They have the capabilities of self-creation, adaptation, and regulation. And I think that's really important as conditions for learning and development, because if we don't have these capabilities, then autonomy cannot emerge within a system. And if that autonomy cannot emerge within its system, then the emergence of a self-awareness, individuated self-awareness, with consciousness as foundation, also cannot emerge. So I think this is important. And then if we're looking then at the second law, of thermodynamics from an informational perspective, then what we could see that there's an evolutionary pattern in our universe where it started with a very high coherence, but a very simple complexity. And then through the expansion of space and the flow of time, we're seeing increasing complexity over time, at the same time deepening evolutionary coherence, because the way that the universe generates that information is meaningful information. It's not disembodied information. So living systems then utilize the quantum potentials of the universe in order to develop these three capabilities that I just spoke about, that self-creation, self-regulation, adaptation. So this informational complexity that starts to increase through the expansion of space and in the flow of time, we're seeing that that is a deepening evolutionary coherence of that complexity as long as it remains embodied within living processes. So if we are having AGI systems that are becoming increasingly complex but disembodied, we are risking now that we're creating and enhancing again, or increasing rather, the complexity of our societies. And that's already a huge, huge challenge for human systems, especially a sustainability crisis. So we're seeing increasing complexity. And instead of deepening evolutionary coherence, we see less coherence. And what we're seeing in systems where that coherence starts to go down rather than up is that a self-destruction mechanism starts to activate over time. It's almost like nature's intelligence to what does it do with complexity that's not coherent? Well, it starts to self-destruct. It starts to kill itself. And if I look at our species, that's exactly what I'm actually seeing, and all the rise of violence and increasing divisions and polarization. So maybe the real challenge here is, how can AI really support us to solve for this? How can our societies become more complex in the way that they're evolutionary coherent with life? And then the second question I'd like to bring in is do we even come close to understanding that transition from AI systems to AGI systems? And once it goes to an AGI system, artificial general intelligence, it will spin off very quickly to artificial superintelligence. Many people believe, oh, that's so far away. Some of the task group that I'm part of, this is much closer in the prototype development than we may think. And what do we need to understand then now about how humanity needs to come together to steward that potential responsibly and wisely? And I agree very much with the moderators when you're saying earlier that we need to transition from the age of information and knowledge to wisdom, because that's going to be the critical factor.
Annelois, super. What an intellectual firework. I hope we can have more discussions on that topic. Our last and most prestigious speaker is Gary, president of WAAS, and I'm very, very much looking forward that we have him on this panel. Gary, do you hear us? Are you?
I do hear you, Stefan. Thank you.
Wonderful. Can I simply give you the floor, because we want to utilize as much time as possible with you on that topic.
Well, actually, I want to thank all of you on the panel, our moderators and speakers. I wasn't actually thinking of speaking. We lost our third panel. This is one of the topics, I think it's the most important topic, and we've already covered a lot of ground on it. I'd like to speak on, I'm not going to try to tackle the cosmology of AI or its future, but I'd like to speak in a way that I think is very practical and very beneficial. Looking at the work of the Academy, one of the characteristics of the work that we've been doing for decades, actually. In fact, the way the Academy was founded, I don't know how it was formulated in an intellectual way, but from the beginning, this was what I'd call a transdisciplinary academy. It was never divided by disciplinary boundaries or focused on discipline, let's say, narrow disciplinary issues. We didn't do fundamental research in medical science or in theoretical physics, even though we had some outstanding physicians, physiologists, and certainly physicists were really outstanding. But that was never the subject of the Academy. The central piece of the Academy was the way they first called themselves to themselves was an agency for human welfare. And so from the beginning, the approach was to get people from all disciplines, and not just disciplines in an academic sense. They had the founders of UNESCO, founding directors of UNESCO, FAO, and WHO, and others, journalists and others, science fiction, famous science fiction writers and so forth, along with specifically from all the disciplines of science and social science, but also and the arts. And they never really explained why we should get all of these together, except there was a perception that reality, none of the disciplines can see reality in its totality. Reality is something that embraces all of the perspectives. And by getting as many different perspectives together to look at any issue, whether it was population explosion or food security or peace or religion or war or environment, the Academy was one of the earliest in looking at environmental issues and so forth. It was always from what we call a transdisciplinary perspective. Yeah. And in the last 10 years, the work of the Academy is very much focused on the fact that the knowledge that the world has been using to tackle its problems is still very largely founded on disciplinary concepts. At the level of the natural sciences, that's not a problem because they are naturally integrated in the sense that everything's based on the same fundamentals of science. But in the social sciences, the assumptions and premises of what is life and what is humanity and what is personality vary enormously depending on who you're talking to. And they don't, they rarely meet, let's say. Each has concepts based on their own view. And I think our view of I'm explaining this to think why this conversation is so important, I think, is that we've been finding that unless we take a transdisciplinary perspective, we cannot get the whole picture of any issue that humanity's facing today. The climate change issue is not just a question of meteorology or physics or chemistry or biology. We're part of it. The human beings are part of this. We're the ones who are creating it. And unless we understand the psychology and the motivation and the aspirations and the perceptions of the people who are involved, we struggle and find out it's not enough we understand the science of it. We have to understand the humanity of it. And so forth. So what's particularly struck me as very practical is with the advent of the generative AI, we find a source of knowledge that is not bordered by disciplinary boundaries. Mm-hmm. And we've done a lot of tests and experiments on this, posing problems that if you pose to an economist or a sociologist or a psychologist or a military person or a political, you get different answers. But when you pose it to generative AI, you get all the answers. You get all the perspectives. And this, I think, is of great practical importance now. I'm not talking about what happens in the future with as AI evolves further. I think this is exactly what we need now. We need this in our education now. And it's very difficult for those of you, I think, who are in the education, or we've all been through it, but for those who are in it, you know how difficult it is to transcend the disciplinary boundaries. And many of our fellows are, and have not only come from, but are in the education, and say how difficult it is, even when they try to get, it's one thing you get everybody coming together and talking from their perspective. It's quite another to look at things in an integrated perspective that reflects the truth or reconciles the contradictions of different perspectives. And so I think very practically, one of the greatest services that AI can do for us is to help us come out of this age-old habit of the mind to try to know reality by cutting it in, dividing it into smaller and smaller pieces. Mm-hmm. About 10 years ago, when the last time I looked, there were about 1,000 disciplines and subdisciplines being taught in US universities. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 3,000 or more. Now I haven't bothered because it doesn't really, because the more knowledge we get, the more we need specialization in order to master that knowledge. And the more specialized we get, the more impossible it is for us to keep track of and keep the perspective of the whole. So it's natural that for mind, for our way of thinking, we have a limited memory, we have a limited energy, we have limited concentration to focus and master the part. But what we really need to solve our problems and build our future is the knowledge of the whole. And so I think this is very practical. It's not visionary. And how we can use it now to alter the education. It's very difficult to alter an educational system. We have very esteemed and experienced educators in the academy who would like to do it. And we know how difficult it is. First of all, because all those in the system have been trained in a discipline. And the structure is organized by discipline. And the funding is done by discipline. And the research is structured largely by discipline. And the journals that publish results are largely by discipline. And we've had many scientists tell us, many academics tell us, you just don't get encouraged or rewarded when you go outside the discipline, when that's what there are exceptions, of course, but they are still exceptions. And the difficulty is, how are we going to overcome that unless we have sources of learning that don't have that boundary, that can help the next generations of students grow up in a much more integrated or transdisciplinary way and prepare future generations not to rely, specialized knowledge has a very important role, but when you have access to all the knowledge that's there through AI, we don't have to be specialists in everything. I went through medical school for a while and memorized the Krebs cycle of how glucose is processed through the body and everything. We don't all have to know that now. We have access to this specialized knowledge, but we all need, whether we're physicians or economists or business leaders, which was the session we had earlier, we all need a much wider perspective than what we get through our traditional education, and usually spend the rest of our career figuring it out and finding out that what we learned was only a very small part of the reality. So I emphasize this because for the work of the Academy, one of the things we want to do is we want to start a business school that looks at business from the integrated perspective of the society, people, their human security, the environment, the stability of global society, because it has great relevance to all of these, as well as about science and technology and how it's used in the world. And if you're a business leader in this world that's coming with all the technological power that it has, and its power, it came in the other session, it's not just knowledge, it's power. Unless we understand the values and perspectives by which this power is to be used for humanity, well, it's just like AI. Is it going to serve us or is it going to destroy us? So I wanted to stay with this because eventually I think the challenge for us, and that's what the Academy vowed or dedicated itself to do 10 years ago, but we could formulate it, we could see the need for it, but we couldn't get the avenue for it. And I think what's happened now is AI makes it possible for us to evaluate, to evolve that system practically and make it available to people so that we no longer need to be limited into the present structures.
Super, Gary, thank you very much for this statements on all these complex topics. I mean, I see in the chat there is a lot of active statements going on. I don't know how to really put them together. Turker, you must help me. Should we open the floor between the panelists to ask questions? I think this would be a good thing. And we both stay rather in the back and have the panelists have a discussion. And I would then give the floor for who wants to start. You want to start, Anna-Louise first, and then George and Gary again, maybe.
Stefan, could I just request you to sometime in this to share some of the perspectives you've been working on, because we asked you to be a moderator for this because you've got some profound insights into it as well.
Yeah. I will. Well, yeah. I was thinking about it with the third culture argument, but I will send it out to all the panelists, and we can go through this with pleasure. But let's more focus on the panelists. Please, Anne-Louise. I find it particularly interesting that you picked up the second law of thermodynamics and translated into increased ordered complexity that somewhat honors physics, but also transcends the rules of the second law of thermodynamics. Can you refer to that again?
Yeah, rather than looking at it as getting more entropic, looking at it as more entropic. Yeah, so the informational content increases, but of course you need to have living systems in a way that make that network those informational potentialities in making life possible and thrivable. And I think that is so important. And so often we forget that. It's like, let's reimagine an educational system as a living system, or an economic system as a living system. Our economic systems are deaf systems, they consume, extract value, they don't generate value. And then educational systems are hindered in their potential because the systemic barriers of economic systems imposing on that, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's really important when we're looking at these deeper informational laws and patterns to now start to apply that to the redesign then of our societal systems. Otherwise, we are not going to get out of this trap, because the way I see it is that as humanity, we are trapped in systems of our own making. And then we're not really evolving or maturing to the next levels of consciousness as well. And then it's so attractive. It's almost like we are these little kids in the kindergarten, and we develop this new tool, and we call it AI, and we go, wow, that's amazing. It's going to solve all our problems. And one day it's going to even transcend our own intelligence, and yay. That's all fine and well, but there are still certain things we as humanity need to really learn, and not, distribute that kind of power. I like very much, Gary, how you use the word power. I think is very important to really seeing what are we projecting also onto it? What are the responsibilities and roles we are attributing to that? And how do we need to make sure also of can co-pilot, can assist us in a maturation, can help us to become a wiser species, and therefore what's the meaningful feedback also that AI and AI systems can give us, so that we can then make sense of that complexity and start to make a distinction between this is degenerative and this is generative, and this is sustainable by design. And yes, these are the conditions that are thrivable. So when that complexity increases further, the conditions for life to thrive and to emerge are there.
Yeah, super. Gary, one of the questions, super. We need to extend the session for the next 3 hours, so we're going to stop everything else and just continue. Gary, one of the questions in the chat were the link or the relationship between specializing knowledge and being more generalized. And one of your arguments was saying, in this transdisciplinary field where general AI can even basically answer the question throughout all the perspectives, what is then the purpose of being specialized in one way or another?
The purpose of being specialized?
Yeah.
Well, if my problem is in brain neurology, I would like to I would prefer to have Turker there. Then I think in practice, the specialized skill. I'm glad it's a good question, because my comment has left open something important. I think what what I was trying to get at is, look, when we're trying to, the whole topic, the whole subject matter of this WAAS at 64 in different dimensions is really what's going on in the world today. And how do we understand the fact that with all the progress we've made, substantial progress on so many lines, suddenly we reach this wall where we seem to be going back in the other direction. And I don't think that answer is an answer that a political scientist or any one discipline can answer. There's a more fundamental knowledge in the world that we haven't yet identified, we haven't yet formulated. We don't have an that's the topic, by the way, for the next session, the last session today, and why one of the reasons we started this and raised all these questions. We do not have an integrated conception of how human society evolves, especially, even at the national level, but most especially when we get to the global level. And what are the psychological and social and spiritual and economic and political institutional issues, and we don't have a framework for that. We don't have leaders who have been educated in that. So I think the purpose is not to eliminate the specialized skills and knowledge of the surgeon or the teacher or any other profession. I think that we need for practice to have a theoretical framework which is integrated. That's happened in the physical sciences, at least to a very large extent, because we started, it's physical, and it was easier to measure, it was easier to see, it was easier to quantify. But we're dealing in a world which, for all its physicality, all of its technology, all its material factors, is essentially, it's a human world. It's our perceptions, it's our emotions, it's our attitudes, it's our identities, it's our fear or trust or confidence or aspiration or sense of separateness or oneness with each other that is really driving events today. And we don't have a clear unifying conception of that. We're trying to consciously evolve as a species and evolve a knowledge for something where human beings have never been before, because we've never been a united world before. It was how we preserve our family that we've learned a lot about, and it's complicated. How to run a kingdom or a city-state and a nation, we're still learning and struggling over 2 centuries to really figure out how to keep a heterogeneous nation state together. But how do you keep it when all religions, all ethnicities, all belief systems, all are all together, and we try to find that common oneness, which is absolutely essential for solving our problems, because we're still in the mode of competing with each other and protecting our part of the whole rather than contributing to the whole. So I think it's a new knowledge that we need. It's not to throw away anything that we've learned up until now, and I didn't mean to depreciate centuries or millennium of knowledge. I think it's to do a synthesis, which we can't be done unless we look at a more fundamental level of the commonality between what does business have in common with family, with business, with economy, with governance, with every other dimension. What is the fundamental human fabric that unites us and is trying to come together? We're trying to learn the rules and trying to develop the attitudes, which is a lot more difficult. So I'm glad the question comes up. I think it's more knowledge we need. It's not to depreciate all that we've discovered up until now.
Mm-hmm. Super. Gary. George, we have only a couple of minutes left, but George, I will challenge you with the question, do you dare to make a difference between mind and consciousness? And if so, can you help us to further understand the different properties of the two?
I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, so anything I will say will be a lay opinion.
No. But at WAAS, we always dare to reach out to unconventional questions and trying to fence in different perspectives. So just give it a try.
It's a very philosophical question whether the matter and psyche are one and the same or not, right? I don't know. I don't know. But what I want to, if I may, what I want to add to the discussion is that we may be, there's a lot of hype. There is a lot of hype, and we may be giving this computer systems, because AI are computer systems, supernatural abilities that they don't really have. I think the huge advantage that we get from this system is cognitive, enhancement, and I think is what Gary pointed out, the ability to combine knowledge, to bring together separate data sets, that it's until now we couldn't, and that gives us a huge power for knowledge management, for merging, for bringing things forward. Transdisciplinary approaches, perspectives to problems, etc. I think that's the huge power we get from the systems. But we have to keep in mind that no matter how sophisticated these systems are, they find correlations between data with no explanations. Okay, we don't get explanations, just correlations. And generative AI, ChatGPT and this kind of systems, very impressive. They give us, a lot of power, but they lack semantics. Again, they try to find correlations. They try to predict the next work, etc. So we should never lose sight of that. So notions like consciousness, mind, and things like that, when they apply to computer systems, I think it's a bit far-fetched, and we should be really aware of these
George,
things.
super. But we have an expert here on the panel, which is a very, very famous neurosurgeon from Istanbul. And I remember a discussion with him at the Bosporus exactly on that topic a couple of months ago. And I would like to hand over to our famous Turker Kilic. Maybe you can sum it up for the next 5 minutes and get it all together. How is that?
Thank you for being part of this inspiring and beautiful panel. And I would like to happily announce that this year in November, we can continue this discussion at a meeting in Istanbul which is going to be held. So we can continue this fruitful discussion at that time. So
I have to go now, so excuse me for rushing.
We see us anyway.
So much. It was wonderful.
Bye-bye. So I would like to end up with this announcement that there will be a meeting on what is brain, mind, consciousness, and life, probably November this year. So all those people who are a part of this panel and also who are continuing to watch us in the Zoom, so they are all invited to this probably very fruitful meeting in Istanbul. Thank you so much.
Super. I would like also to thank you very much. Nice to seeing you, Turker, again. Ilias, we are going to catch up with you soon. And George, very much greetings to China. I'm looking forward to staying in contact with all of you. And the next session, Gary is leading on the genetic code of social development is just in line with what we've been discussing right now. Have a nice evening and see you soon.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you for this.
Thank you. Bye-bye.